Hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It is Qualifier, race number 2 for June. Had to think really carefully about that because this year has been running away with us and the competition this year has been absolutely cracking. Alongside me, Emma Martin, in the commentary box today is the one and only Hayley Simmons. Hayley, great to have you back on board.
Yeah, I can't believe it's June, like you said, but I'm really looking forward to yet another week of fast and furious racing.
Oh, and fast and furious it is going to be because we'll talk about the course in a very short while. Just a quick recap on last week. The women were on the 7 Gems course and so were the men. The courses were in the same world, on the same route, different lengths. Same this week. Last week, McCarthy rode away. It was a 1 minute, 21 second gap at the end. It was absolutely amazing over that Cat 1 bunch, where Mika Soderstrom took the sprint from Catherine Fuhr. Elsewhere, we saw huge sprints across the field, Hayley. We saw a 20 up sprint in Cat 2, a 22 up sprint in Cat 3. Heather Shanks took that Cat 2 win and is heading to Cat 1 today.
Yeah, she is. And like you said, last week, there were quite a few bunch sprints and we saw a solo winner in Cat 6 and Cat 1. But otherwise, groups came to the finish together. And I think this week is going to be a very different affair.
Oh, Hayley's putting the predictions out there early. I think we are going to see some bunch sprints out in our loop today. Never think that because there's one big climb in the middle of that course, the bunches do not come together on the long descent and the run in. There you go. I've given the game away. We are in Australia today on the outer loop course. Hayley, you've raced this.
Yeah, I have. I was looking back actually at when this course has been used before, and I've raced it once, and then I started the race in March, but I had food poisoning, so it wasn't my brightest idea. So I actually didn't finish when it was on this course in March. But it's a really great route, and it brings for some interesting racing actually, because you can see different types of tactics employed, and in the different categories as well. The different categories do tend to race this a bit more different.
No, that is really true. 6 race fields out on the course today. Expect 6 slightly different races on the same course. And the big news today is the largest women's race field since March.
It's really exciting. I think things are gearing up, hopefully, for the MyWhoosh Championships, which start really soon now. And, I really hope that we're going to see a great women's field for that stage race coming up.
Well, stay tuned because qualifier race number 2 of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club is coming to you very soon. Hello and welcome to qualifier race number 2 of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for June. The riders are down in the start pen. Hayley Simmons and I are in the studio. Matt Payne on round 4, I think it is, of the BMX World Cup today from the second studio here at Full Speed Events. But, well, Hayley, we are here. We are ready. The riders are ready. The final warm-up preparations are being done. I think we should see where we're going and who's on the start list.
I think so too. And as you mentioned, both the women and the men are in Australia, starting with the women, of course, this morning. We're on the outer loop and the women have 35 kilometers of racing ahead of them with 593 meters of elevation gain. There's one big climb for the women, 4 sprints along the way. 3 of the sprints come before the climb, which give the faster women, the faster sprinters, a bit of an opportunity to maybe pick up those points and possibly even wrap up that sprint competition before they hit the slopes of the climb. And that climb today is 5.4 kilometers at 7.5%. They have a lot of tailwind, so they do have some assistance on those slopes, but I think it's going to be a really hard fought climb, and I think we're going to see some groups forming on that climb that may or may not come back together on that long run into the finish.
Yeah, it's an interesting race, isn't it? Because the 3 climbs, we could almost see 2 races in one today, a sprint race and then the climbing and the final for that yellow jersey. But for me, it's interesting. The climb has a tailwind, the descent has a tailwind. Those sprints, though, there's a lot of headwind out there in places today as well. Should we take a look at those start sheets and see who is racing on the Outer Loop course in Australia today? Well, 216 riders in the women's field today. As I said, the largest race field on the Sunday Race Club since March. Category 6, 37 riders.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Helia Santos today. She had a great race last week. She won solo. And actually, she also won on this course when it was the race in March. She was in category 5 at that point. And so I'll be looking at her today on today's race. And I think she could be pushed quite closely by Sylvie Timmermans-Cohen. I think she could have a really, really good ride on the course. And also Cynthia Hoyos. So those are the riders I'm kind of keeping a bit of an eye on in category 6.
Yes, a couple of new riders in the mix in category 6 today. Laura Mayer joins us, Geraldine Hurtado as well. Welcome to the Sunday Race Club. Category 5, 31 riders on the start sheets today, and new riders in the mix as well. Kelly Herring and Julia Key. Good to have them on board.
Alida Maraschetti, she won in category 6 on this course back in March. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes with that progression up to category 5. And we see this in a couple of the categories today where riders won on this course back in March and have now moved up a category since then. So I always love to see how riders cope with the kind of new challenge and the new dynamics when they move up a category.
Yes, it's going to be interesting. There's a number of really strong women in category 5. Category 4, this is a big race field. 38 riders on the start sheet today. Camilla Pamplona looks strong for me on this course.
Yeah, I agree actually. Also Veronica Siloska, she'll be good, and Camilla Pamplona. Also Ting Lu, I think those three could have a really good race today. And the category 5 winner from back in March, Karen van der Racht, she's now moved up to category 4.
Yeah, and once you go well on a course, psychologically, you feel much more comfortable on it. So it's going to be interesting to see. Category 3, 40 riders on the start sheets. It's nearly our largest race field, but just not quite. Some strong riders in here as well, Hayley.
Yeah, I think category 3 is potentially going to be a really, really interesting race today. Gemma Daniels, I expect to have a good race. She finished 9th last week, so she's clearly on very good form, and she's raced well on this course before as well.
Yeah, category 2 is our largest race field, 41 riders on the start sheets. And for me, there's a lot of riders here who could go well. Interesting to see Tia Tolucas coming up from category 3.
Yeah, you've also got the likes of Carrie Stewart racing today, who's won on this course before. Sylvia Guerrero, I think this course really suits her. Joanna Kalman, who's moved down from category 1, but I think she'll have a strong race in category 2 on this Australia Outer Loop course.
Yeah, she's one of those riders who is really fluctuating between the boundaries of category 1 and category 2, isn't it? And that is interesting to see. Anna Russell has also been going well. So is Natalie Brooke. I think there's going to be a lot of category 2 riders in the mix today. Category 1, 29 riders on the start sheets. And we saw Kate McCarthy go clear of the field last week. I expect to see her do that again today, or try to do it again. Who could be there to stop her?
Yeah, that's also my prediction. But Gabby Guerra is always, fighting to make sure that she can be with Kate McCarthy for as long as she can and potentially at the finish. Francesca Tomasi is also racing really, really well and is likely to have a great race again today. And I'll be really interested to keep an eye on Heather Shanks, as you said, who's moved up after her win last week. So it'll be good to see how she goes on in the Category 1 race.
Yeah, Ashley Mormon-Passio back on the start sheets again today. And I'm really waiting because I just think, she's starting to make herself felt and known in the first half of the race. I don't think it's long till she's going to make herself known in the back end of the race. But me, for one, is looking forward to seeing her race Belgium. Category 6 are up and out of the start pen. They are out onto the Outer Loop course today here in Australia. They're taking that right-hand bend, and left-hand bend. And we all know what happens next on this Australia course. Well, those of you who have tuned in before they come out of the pen, they take the left-hand corner, and they run into the 400-meter mark, the first climb of the day. It's a short, sharp bump. It's a real sting at the start. And you can see the damage being done on the Category 6 pack already. The top right-hand corner, the map, the overhead shot gives you a really good indication of what is happening in that race field today. And the bump, well, it is stretching the pack.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how the different categories approach the start of this race, and Category 6 have really gone out of the pen hard, whether it's to string things out on this first bump or whether it's looking towards the first sprint. There might be some different tactics in play here, but it's really having an effect. If you look at that map in the top right-hand corner, you can already see how a few riders have been gapped even within this first kilometre. And like you said, some of these little bumps that look small on our profile in comparison to the major climb that's coming up later can actually do some damage.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Jessica Hamilton is the rider on the front here. She's the rider that I would expect to be contending that sprint competition early.
Yeah.
And for her, she wants, if she's focusing on those first 3 sprints to get to that 12.5-kilometre marker, she wants as small a group as possible to take in. You know, so actually being on the front here and drilling this small climb, really crucial to her campaign.
Yeah, and you know, she might also have some teammates who, even though this isn't a monthly final, sometimes the teams can still be working together to assist one of their riders. And so different riders can actually help each other with those individual goals, even on a qualifier race.
Oh, now Hala Abeid is back in the pack. Great to have her back on the Sunday Race Cup. She is a strong racer and rider. The final seconds are counting down in the Category 5 race. You can see the lights go green. The riders come out of the pen, and Abeid is the rider out front at the moment. Angelina Roja is right there, and Roja for me today is one of my picks.
Oh, it's great to see Hala Abeid on the screen there. And she was another one of my riders to watch today, because this is a course that suits her. Back in March, she came second in Category 6. So we know that she performs well on this course. And I think she'll be, hoping to kind of make her mark on the Category 5 race today.
She's a really good climber.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that, for me, I think will be one of the things that serves her well today. There's a number of new riders in the mix, not just today, but over the last few weeks. And it's been really interesting to see the riders swelling, the ranks swelling with new riders. Angelina Roja on your screen at the moment. She, for me, is one of the riders to really watch today. This is her type, of course. But look at that. She's riding outside, an outdoor pain cave.
To be honest, with some of the weather in different parts of the world,
I agree.
An outdoor pain cave is sometimes a blessing. But I love getting a view into the different locations that people are training from and the different setups that they have. It's always really interesting, and I sometimes get a little bit jealous of or ideas on how to upgrade my own pain cave. I want some twinkly lights like we see in some.
Oh yes, you really do get a view into how people have organised their pain caves, don't you? And from the palm trees outside the window to the being on the porch with the darkness of night, many different ways and different places that people ride and race. And it really is great to see. Well, Kelly Herring, the rider we're in with at the moment, is one of those new riders on the Sunday Race Cup. Fabulous to have her on board. Great to see her in the mix in Category 5. And this Category 5 pack have really held together up and over the top of the climb. Brooke Samuel on your screen. She's a real strong rider. And for me, she's one of the ones I've got a little asterisk by today, which indicates she could go well. No pressure though, Brooke.
Brooke Samuel actually holds the course record for this course for Category 6. So I agree that she's definitely a rider to keep an eye on. She set that record last June, so a year ago now. So, she's now progressed to Category 5, and I'll be interested to see what sort of time she rides today on the course.
Yes, well, Category 4, big race field today, 38 riders on the start sheets. They are away from the start pen. Vivian Tomlin in the mix. Alexandra Knowles moving up to Category 4. That one I was really pleased to see.
Yeah, there have been a couple of changes this week. Maybe not as many as in recent weeks. I think some of the categories are settling a little bit, maybe with a view of the MyWhoosh Championships coming up. I don't know, but it was great shot there of 4 of our women in category 4, all in their pain caves. And it's great to see at the start of the race the different kind of approaches and the focus, because sometimes it's easy to not be fully focused when you get to the 0 point of the countdown. And you can be in a bit of trouble if the race starts quickly and you've not really settled into that race focus yet. But all of those riders on screen really looked as though they were dialed in and kind of almost expecting some early action that they might have to be prepared for.
Yes, I think they all know that it could kick off on this short, sharp climb at around the 400-500 metre mark, or whether it will be a settled ride up it. And at the moment, Knowles on the front with Tomlin, Yao, Prado, Wojcikova is there as well as Hannah Gull. Wojcikova is an interesting rider, Veronika Wojcikova. She's drops in, drops out of the Sunday Race Cup. But when she does, she's normally on some fabulous form. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes today. Dana Davidson looked strong last week.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. And I think she's coming into some really good form. Yeah, as you said, Alexandra Knowles has moved up this week. Also, Sandra Ferron has also moved up from category 5. So we've got 2 riders that have moved up into category 4. We've got 3 that have come down. So category 4 has had a bit of a shake up, and that could change some of the dynamics for the way the race is kind of taken on today.
Yes, it could. And I do think the top 3 from last week, not in category 4 today, could really make those riders looking at the start sheets go, ooh, opportunity, opening. Yeah. Category 3 down in the pen. They've got the final countdown now before they leave with those green lights. Caroline Manfron, the rider we are in with, Gina Van Rossum, Lorena Beltran, Jean G, Marie-Pierre Berard, Brittany Litton, all in the pen awaiting that green light to go. Oh, they are up, they are out through those start pens and across the boardwalk. They're going to take that left-hand turn very, very shortly. Rebecca Johnson earning an upgrade to category 3 after that performance last week. That was a fabulous race on the 7 Gems course for Rebecca Johnson.
Yeah, you beat me to it. I was just about to pick out Rebecca Johnson in category 3 as well. She's a rider that I really am interested to follow today. Like you said, she won last week. She also won the category 4 race on this course back in March. So her form at the moment is great, and she's been rewarded with this upgrade into the category 3 mix today.
Well, she and I were chatting after the race last week, because Rebecca Johnson, for me, historically is a really strong climber. When we see the really long, steady state climbs, that's what historically she has always come to the fore. But this year, Rebecca Johnson has added sprinting to her toolbox, her toolkit of riding and racing, because 1 second separated the top 8 women last week in category 4. Rebecca Johnson took the win, and boom, there she is on your screen in category 3 alongside Karen de Pavia, Gina Van Rossum and Angel Hadlock.
Yeah, see, I can kind of identify a little bit with that as well. I like the long, steady state climbs. That's kind of my wheelhouse a little bit. But despite my best efforts, I maybe still haven't managed to train my sprint. So any tips that Rebecca Johnson would like to send my way in how to then be able to win on something like the 7 Gems, that would be great. So drop me a message, Rebecca. You could let me know.
Well, Karen de Pavia is a phenomenal sprinter. So there are a number of great sprinters in the pack. And Rebecca Johnson also going really well outside this year, racing the Gralloch up in Scotland, one of the gravel races, and putting in a podium performance.
Yeah, actually, there were quite a few MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club riders up at the Gralloch, because I got hailed across one of the fields and fell into a really nice conversation. And I really love meeting some of these riders that we see on the screen, race against or spectate, and kind of bumping into them at these real life events. And the community is just phenomenal.
It is. Well, Carrie Stewart is the rider we're in with down in the start pen with category 2, the final seconds ticking away. Category 2, our largest race field today, 41 riders on the start sheets. Mally Stayer, the Sophie Ramett, Kate McLeod, Kirsty Heber-Smith, Emily Sopers, Katie Banerjee. They are all in the mix. Mylène Proust is there as well as Maria Marb. It is a plethora of riders from around the globe as they head out on to the course here in Australia. And that, for me, Hayley, is one of the things I absolutely love. They are riders from around the world all racing together on a Sunday.
Yeah, and you really see it when, I mean, I experience it week in, week out because my team, we've got Europeans, we've got Colombians, we've got Americans, and Australians, all in the same, group chat. And we'll talk on a Sunday morning before the race starts. And, the Colombian girls, they're getting up and it's 3 a.m. And the Australians are kind of just finished
Ticking
their,
into Monday.
or nearly, kind of getting ready for work the next day. And, and then there are obviously Europeans that are on kind of similar time zones, but you all just feel that sense of community. No one's really complaining like, oh, it's 3 a.m. and I've got a race. It's all just excitement and wishing each other good luck and buoying each other up wherever we are in the world.
Well, Carrie Stewart, Kate McLeod, Jennifer Gottlander and Rhiannon Denton all on your screen at the moment, all up and out the saddle. Well, there you go, Gottlander up and out the saddle because they're on that short, sharp riser. And this is one of those courses where you really need a great warm-up.
Yeah, so races that either start on a big climb or have these little what look like innocuous features very near the start, you really need to be well warmed up because you can't kind of look at the course and say, oh, well, I've got 10 kilometers until the first major feature. That's going to give me, 20K of 20 minutes of, spinning my legs. We don't have the luxury of a neutralized section in Sunday Race Club like you do in some of the outdoor races where I've got 7K of neutral. That'll warm me up. No, you've got to be full guns blazing from the minute that clock hits zero.
Straight from the get-go. Well, Category 1, the final race field to leave the pen today. 2.5 minutes between each of our 6 categories out there. 6 races, all about to be out on the course together. The lights go green. Rachel Brown and Ashley Moorman-Passio lead the Category 1 riders out of the start pen today. Gabby Guerra straight to the fore. Kelsey J. Van Shaw, she's one of the riders I think who's going to be watching for those sprints.
I agree. And with a course like this, it's quite interesting because different riders, depending on their physiologies and what their individual targets are for the race, they might almost have a different finish line. So, the race is 35 kilometers. So people will say, well, that's clearly the finish line. But actually, if you're a sprinter, your finish line could be at the 12.5 kilometer mark where there's that third sprint, because actually the sprints competition could be wrapped up by that point.
Well, Kate McCarthy, Van Heuling, Shanks and Guerra on your screen at the moment. It looks to me like Heather Shanks has got a little bit of an issue because she's got the keyboard in her hand at the moment. Her avatar is having a panic being in Category 1. Heather Shanks is not. She's very calm, cool and considered. You would like to think, well, I'd like to go, Kate McCarthy, just cool the pack down, let Heather Shanks sort a problem out and then let's welcome her to Category 1 with everybody else.
Yeah, it's always frustrating if you have some sort of small technical glitch. She looked very calm. She wasn't panicking. She's kind of back in the riding position out the saddle and hopefully the Category 1 race will have a more sedate start and give her a bit of a chance to kind of get back into it and be able to experience the race fully as part of Category 1 today.
Yes, and she won't panic. She won't think the riders sort themselves out, get back into the mix. McCarthy, Van Heuling, Guerra and Shanks, Category 1 are up and over the bump on the road. Ashley Moorman-Passio, Nicole Mayer is in the mix. Nicole Mayer is an interesting rider. I really love it when Mayer is absolutely going for it because she's such an aggressive rider sometimes.
She is. She's fun to watch, actually.
Bold and brave.
I really like watching her race. And she's generally quite consistent. She maybe has a few weeks where she's not quite there, but she's always there or thereabouts. And I think the aggressive riding style really pays off for her.
Well, I do remember having a fabulous conversation with her on podcast, the Virtual Rider podcast. And she's just one of those riders. She's like, overnight, it's me time. Daylight hours are family time. So she races overnight. She trains overnight. She really early hours of the morning, but then that's her time.
I think that's interesting, actually, saying that like overnight is her time and she trains overnight, because your body does get a little bit used to performing at a certain hour of day. And if your main focus is something like the Sunday Race Club, and you're regularly riding at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., or conversely, if you're in Australia and you're racing late in the evening, you kind of have to get your body a little bit used to that, which can be difficult, with normal life, getting up at in the middle of the night to perform and do intervals. But it's great that she has almost made a bit of a kind of a habit of riding at that time and teaching her body to be able to go hard at that hour.
Yeah, and if you're interested in that, you can head over to Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts and take a listen to that. Really interesting. The concept of going to bed. She has a very young family. The concept of going to bed pretty much after young family has, and then setting the alarm for like 3 or 4 a.m. But it is really interesting to see that elite level sport is available to people, from their homes, and it's absolutely revolutionary, isn't it, for being able to compete at the level you want to, whether that is category 1, category 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. Sophie Giovanni is giving it large on the front at the moment at the 2.2 kilometre mark. There's a little bit of tailwind coming up into this section. It's the precursor to the first sprint at the 4.4 kilometre marker. So Giovanni making the most of the conditions. Love it. A little bit further down the road, the category 2 pack are dialing into the sprint, and it's Steyer versus Vellner at the moment. Roach is coming really hard from behind. So now is Anna Svardström working her way up through the pack, but I think Svardström's left it a little bit too late. She's going to pick up good points, but Roach there goes underneath that banner in 1. Steyer, Svardström, I think then Lethbridge comes through, and Schneider, Holly Bergin just missing out.
Holly Bergin's often there or thereabouts. I think she might have snuck in for 1 point in 5th place in that sprint. I think Sarah Roach took the 5 points, Steer with the 4, Svardström with the 3, Lethbridge with the 2, and Bergin just picking up that 1 point at that first sprint. And they now have another 4.5 kilometres until their second sprint checkpoint.
Yeah, just interestingly, our earlier starting categories also through that point. But for me, the big story is the pace at which category 6 went into that sprint. Because category 3, Helen McKay at the moment, that pack rolling the fastest. Category 2, about the same pace as category 3 to that 4.4 kilometre marker. Category 6 went through there faster than the category 4 and category 5 bunches. So the pace on the front of the category 6 race set by Jessica Hamilton, who took that sprint first to that point, really, really fast. And I think that's because we're seeing a sprint race to that 12.5 kilometre marker in category 6, and the rest of the pack trying to hold on. Well, trying to hold on at the moment to Sophie Giovanni's wheel are the category 1 pack.
We've seen Sophie Giovanni do this before, where there have been early sprints, and she just finds the right moment, which is sometimes straight from the start, actually. But here we saw her really utilise that little section of tailwind that we had, and just managed to escape from the category 1 bunch. And she'll be looking to pick up the maximum points at the Sydney sprint that they reach after 4.4 kilometres. Maybe she'll try and keep it going a little bit longer, but it's great to see the aggression from her.
Well, aggression from Van Shore at the moment, going up and over the top of Giovanni, heading into that sprint banner. Kelsey J. Van Shore, has she got anybody in contention behind? Ortiz is coming at a lifted pace, but this is completely Kelsey J. Van Shore. I think she's going to be going for 5 points each of these 3 early sprints. Then it's going to be about who takes the 4 and who goes over the top. Interesting there to see Catherine Fuhr coming through, because the smart rider is the rider here who will be in contention for the yellow jersey, but gets the points along the way in case the sprint jersey doesn't make the climb.
Yeah, because you can, if you picked up 3-4 points on these first 3 sprints, and then you're still in contention for that final sprint, which is only 3.7 kilometers before the finish line today, then actually you can not be wearing the green jersey for the majority of today's race and then just sneak it in that final sprint. But this is where esports is, there's a lot to think about.
Yes.
So on the road, obviously you also have sprint points, sprint classifications, different jerseys, but you'll have a DS in the car, you'll have a race radio, you'll have people almost calculating. They'll tell you this person was first, second, third, this is how many points you need. You need to make sure that you're no more than 2 places behind this other rider, etc., etc. On the Sunday Race Club, a lot of these riders are having to kind of work this out as they go. Where did I finish? Where did my competitors finish? And how many points do I need to take that jersey?
Well, Kirsty Van Shaw takes 5 points. Maria Ortiz takes 4. Katerina Karamani takes 3. Catherine Fua 2. And Serena Vittori 1. Just checking on the nearby list, Sophie Giovanni now out the back of the group. So from pushing it to the first segment to not staying with the pace in the group afterwards. It's an interesting move. Now on the chat on the YouTube channel, we have a certain Farmwatts. Welcome, Hayden. It is 3 a.m. in the morning where he is. Hayden, I'm ever so sorry to tell you, but it is 9:46 a.m. where I am. But have a big stretch. You must be tired. Have a great breakfast before you get on the bike and get into the mix on your men's race.
We'll see you in a bit, Hayden.
We will. Well, talking about seeing them in a bit, the Category 2 pack through that first Sydney sprint. It was Sarah Roach who took it from Mally Steyer, Anna Sfarstrom, Alice Lethbridge and Christine Schneider. They were in the points, 39 riders in that leading group. They are heading towards the Aquarium sprint at the 8.9 kilometre marker. They're going to drop down into the Aquarium. They are on the descent at the moment. And then the sprint comes on the flat plateau at the bottom before the climb starts to come out of it. That Aquarium sprint, Category 3, 4, 5 and 6 have already progressed through. In Category 3, it was Helen McKay taking that sprint, and she's got an absolutely perfect score, taking both sprints so far. Same as Jessica Hamilton in Category 6, again taking both sprints so far.
Helen McKay has been performing really, really well on some of these sprints, and also last week on the 7 Gems, which obviously, we saw a sprint at the end of the race there. She's got a really good turn of speed on her, and her performance within this Category 3 bunch has been very consistent and really good over the past weeks and months.
Yes, interestingly, Tom taking 4, Jojo Bauer taking 3, Brittany Litton in the mix taking 2 points, and Jessica Edvist as well picking up a point there. They are now on the climb out of the Aquarium and picking up some of the Category 4 back markers. 28 riders were in that leading group at that sprint, and we're now starting to see 1 or 2 of them, including Helen McKay, on the back of the group. Julia Walkenhurst as well in trouble.
This is one of the dangers, I suppose, with some of these sprints, and then having that slight rise coming after the sprint, because if you go full gas in order to take the sprint points, then potentially it can take you a little while to recover. And if the group then decide to really take it on that small rise out of the Aquarium, if your legs are still really suffering from that sprint, then it can be really hard to kind of stay in touch, and you have to fight and just try and recover as best you can, because obviously there's only 3.6 kilometers between sprint 2 and sprint 3, and if you lose contact, there's actually not that much opportunity to kind of make it back.
Yeah, and if you are one of the riders who through the first couple of sprints who'd been taking it a little bit steady, maybe picking up 3, 2 or 1 points with the view that sprint number 3 and sprint number 4 were the deciding factor, it can all change. Going out hard first, you've got to be able to, get through this first part of the course if you want to contend that sprint competition. It really is an interesting dynamic, isn't it, between the pure sprinters who are battling that sprint competition and the riders in the overall with the yellow jersey picking up points along the way.
Yeah, that's why a course like this can make for some really interesting racing, and different styles of racing, different tactics come into play, because there's the opportunity for that sprint competition to be wrapped up before we get to the major climb.
Well, Category 1 are coming towards that sprint. Category 2 have now gone through. All 39 riders still in that leading group. This time round, though, it was Anna Sfarstrom who took it from Sarah Roach. So a bit of a change, a bit of a shuffle. Mally Steyer still in the top 5. Maria Marb and Holly Bergin picking up points this time. That's interesting because, Sarah Roach still's got the green jersey in Category 2 with 9 points. Anna Sfarstrom has 8 points and Mally Steyer has 7. So really, those 3 all in the mix.
Yeah, and that's going to make the racing quite aggressive, I think, in category 2. Those riders will be watching each other a little bit, and one of them might take the opportunity to try and push it on the climb and drop some of the riders who are close in that competition before the final sprint.
Is the racing anything but aggressive in category 2?
No, it's always aggressive. I can tell you from both watching and racing it. It's it's always hard. Sunday is one of my hardest sessions of the week.
Well, category 4 on the right hand side of your screen at the 11.8 kilometre marker there on the run towards the Outer Loop Bridge Sprint, which is sprint number 3. Category 1 are at the Aquarium Sprint, and it is Van Shaw yet again doing the business. She's in the green sprint skin suit because she picked up 5 points on the first one. She's going to pick up 5 points on the second. Ortiz, Fua and Vittori with Karamani. It's the same riders looking to contend the sprint for the second time as well.
Yeah, Van Shaw has had clear daylight on both of those sprints. So I think we know that her intention is to get as many points as possible before the climb, probably. And at the moment, she's on track. She's got 10 out of 10. So 2 down, 1 to go. And then she'll be into the climb.
Yes, she is well into the sprint at the moment at the 12.5 kilometre mark of the category 4 pack. Femke Vasanen is the rider pushing on here. Lopes, Andalou, Hyde, Stedman, but no one is contending this. This is really interesting in category 4. That was not a race field contending the Outer Loop Bridge Sprint. That was a pack for me who let Vasanen go off the front to take the points. And they pretty much, it was steady state through there.
I wonder if that's because they're very aware that they don't have that much respite before the climb starts. Only 2.8 kilometers between that final, that Outer Loop Bridge sprint that we just saw and the lower slopes of the climb. So anybody who goes into the red in order to try and contest the sprint or to up the pace at the front of the bunch is potentially going to be struggling when they hit the climb.
Well, they also lost a number of riders on that aquarium climb coming up and out of the aquarium. And one of those was indeed the green skin suit wearer of Moroka. So Vasanen, for me, she picked up 3 points at the Sydney sprint, 1 point at the aquarium sprint, but smart riding to go away and go out of the pack for those 5 points, because that puts her straight to the top of the tree in category 4. Smart thinking. Claudia Hyde, I think, will be her competition. So that is going to be an interesting battle between the two of them.
Yeah, so there's now 3 riders tied on 8 points, actually, behind Vassen, who's got 9. So that could actually be a very closely fought competition for that green skin suit in category 4.
Yes, I think it is going to be. Well, category 1 at the 10.1 kilometre marker are, well, they're around 2.3k out as we just take a look at that sprint number 2. That was the aquarium sprint where Van Shaw took those 5 points. Ortiz took 4, Fua took 3, Vittori took 2, and Karamani took 1. Katerina Karamani is an interesting rider, having come up from category 2 into category 1, and she's now she's really cemented herself in category 1.
Yeah, she has. She's had a little bit of time off the Sunday Race Club over the past months, but she's now kind of firmly back on it, and we're seeing her kind of racing most Sundays now again. But she's been doing a bit more outdoor riding, some gravel riding, and I think she's just loving riding her bike, whether it's outdoors or indoors. But it's great to see that she's kind of cemented her place in that category 1 pack, and yeah, I'll be really interested to watch her race in the MyWhoosh Championships.
Yes.
Hopefully she is racing.
I know. Come on, Katerina, get your entry in if you haven't, because we really want to watch you on that stage race in July. 8 days of racing, 7 stages, 1 rest day that comes on a Sunday, when, of course, there is a Sunday Race Club, because we are 52 weeks of the year. I am so looking forward. If you are thinking about getting your entry in, get your entry in. If you are thinking or not quite made up your mind as to whether you are getting on that bike for that stage race, let me tip you over the edge, because I so want to watch you race. Dana Wagner leading this out at the moment in category 2. Stephanie Briggs, Sarah Roach coming from behind. But I think Wagner, well, did she or didn't she take that time? Sarah Roach has got great timing on her, and I tell you, that was so close. That was Sarah Roach by 0.0 0.09 of a second.
I would not have wanted to call that one, I'll be honest. I thought Dana Wagner had just held on, but that was great timing from Sarah Roach, who now, I believe, has cemented herself into that green skin suit. I think she's on 14 points overall, having taken 5 at the Sydney Sprint, 4 at Aquarium, and then 5 then at the Outer Loop Bridge Sprint.
Yes. And that competition really starting to, well, wrap itself up in some of those competitions, but not at all in others. So as we go down and through, let's just think out where we are. Helia Santos in Category 6 coming out of the pack by 5 seconds in that Category 6 race. In fact, the Category 6 race has split apart. Santos at that Outer Bridge Sprint, 5 seconds clear of Al Mansouri. 13 seconds clear of Sudabayo, Hoyos, Bremner, Zabala and Jones. Then a 45-second gap back to Timmers, Coens, Limbaga and Hurtado. Jessica Hamilton now dropped by a minute and a half.
Yeah, I think it was clear that Jessica Hamilton's goal in today's race were those first 3 sprints. And Helia Santos was my kind of rider to watch in Category 6 today. And so it's great to see her having another really strong ride. She rode incredibly well last week. She's only got 2 seconds. Oh, she's now been joined by Al Mansouri. So
yes,
that'll be nice, actually, that the two of them can potentially work together a little bit up this climb. You know, it's a long old climb.
And they are both really good climbers.
Yes.
So it's going to be a real battle between these two on this climb, Santos versus Al Mansouri. Well, at the 12.1 kilometre mark, the Category 1 packer coming into the third of 4 sprints, and Lisa Hermansen going out first this time round. She's going to take it to Van Shaw. Van Shaw's taken the last 2 sprint competitions, but it is Hermansen this time getting the jump on Van Shaw.
Yeah, the power with which Hermansen just accelerated away from Van Shaw. It looked like Van Shaw was almost going to get back on terms, and Hermansen just kicked again at 11 watts per kilo and comfortably took that over Van Shaw, actually. So that was a great timing and a great sprint from Lisa Hermansen there.
Yeah, it was indeed. The rider on the Ablock International crew going out and just getting the timing surprising. I think Van Shaw a little bit there, who responded. Van Shaw will take 4 points. Hermansen takes 5. Ortiz still in the mix with 3. Fua still in the mix with 2. And Aliska Lagos this time coming through for 1 point. 20 riders still in that leading group in Category 1. And interestingly, Van Shaw, 14 points on the table in that sprint competition. Ortiz has 11 points. Fua has 7. So Kelsey Jade Van Shaw, the only person who could overturn her in that overall competition is Ortiz. But Ortiz has got to get over the climb and to that final sprint of the 31.3 kilometre marker to make a point.
Yeah, that climb is going to be really the major kind of feature that will determine the sprint jersey in a couple of these categories, because not every category has managed to wrap up that sprint competition before we get to the climb. And Category 1 is one where there's still definitely a lot to play for. So it'll be interesting to me whether Van Shaw and Ortiz are kind of watching each other a little bit on that climb, just to make sure that you know, they don't let the other one get the better of them, and that there's the opportunity to fight for those final sprint points at the last sprint of the day, which is the Camboara sprint.
Rule number 1 in the commentary box: don't speak and breathe at the same time.
It's never good,
particularly whilst talking about a rider sprinting. It's not good sometimes. Well, Helia Santos at the moment is doing the climbing at the moment. Musa Al-Mansouri, the rider we're in with at the moment, she was alongside Helia Santos at that point, and when they went into this climb. But Santos now climbing so strongly. Musa Al-Mansouri setting a nice steady pace though behind, not so up and down in their climbing.
Yeah, I wondered whether Santos, you know, might work with Al Mansouri for a little bit and then wait till a bit closer to the top of the climb to maybe push on. But what we've seen is that she's pushed on already, and Al Mansouri, the gap's fluctuating a little bit, as you said. The difference between a rider who's maybe accelerating and then slowing down a bit versus one who's just pacing very steadily.
Yeah, and it is, isn't it? Santos seems to prefer a punchier style of riding.
Yeah.
The on-off, where Musa Al-Mansouri is a much more consistent, steady-state rider. So interesting to see that. Now, Bridget Bremner and the pack coming onto the climb behind. Amy Sudabayo is in that group as well. They're a little bit back, and the Category 5 pack are catching them. Just so interesting to see Bridget Bremner doing 2 races this week on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Cup, because she raced the Cycling Esports League on Tuesday as well.
She did. You raced that as well, didn't you?
I did. We had an absolutely fabulous race. It was really, really good. So, so if you are interested in racing on MyWhoosh, there is, of course, the Cycling Esports League on Tuesday. And it is a tier 1 event. You need a heart rate monitor and obviously a turbo trainer. To compete in that, but it's really good. 2 different time zones and 6 different categories, like on the Sunday Race Cup. Different categorization, mind you, and you can enter that as a team or an individual.
I think it's a great stepping stone. You know, if you're maybe umming and ahhing a little bit about Sunday Race Club, you think, oh, is it too high a level, or I want to give it a go, but I'm a bit nervous of just jumping straight in with the Sunday Race Club. The Cycling Esports League offers you that opportunity to test out the racing, learn a bit about the dynamics, the draft, get used to the style of racing, explore some of the courses.
Yes.
And then we've seen a number of riders then progress and join the Sunday Race Club.
Yeah, and that Cycling Esports League, I think off the top of my head, and you will need to check on mywhooshinfo.com, that the Category 6 is 2.5 watts per kilo and below FTP.
So literally
something for everybody.
There is something for everybody on MyWhoosh, and that's one of the great things. We spoke about earlier when we were talking about Nicole Mayer racing, riding and racing in the middle of the night and being able to join elite sport from her own home at any hour of day. And that's one thing that I absolutely love about esports and about MyWhoosh, because you see riders in the top 20 in the world at the World Championships who might be quite new to cycling, or they've been a cyclist for a while but never even dreamed of being in a World Championship final, top 20 in the world. And they're training and racing from their homes 99% of the time, pushing themselves, working really hard, learning the platform, working on all those things that they need to, and then they can be rewarded with the chance to become world champion. And it's really unique.
Yeah, it is really unique, but it is, the verification processes, doping control, all of the types of things you would expect to see within elite sport, we see in cycling esports. So, it is comparable. It's a very different discipline. It is a discipline in its own right and has different styles of racing, how you use your power. It is a separate cycling discipline.
It is. It's completely different. And as somebody who's raced a lot of cycling disciplines, esports, it's really difficult. It's really difficult. There's a lot to get to grips with, a lot of things to perfect and work on. And the athletes that we see racing on a Sunday morning and also during the MyWhoosh Championships, they are elite athletes.
Yeah.
They're incredible. And it's an honor to be able to compete against them week in, week out, and to watch the progression of other riders through different categories. And I just love the fact that somebody could decide tomorrow, I want to get into this, I want to give it a go, I want to see if I can make a world championship. And, in 12 months' time, they could potentially be world champion.
I never think you are too old, because on that stage in Abu Dhabi over the last couple of years, the eldest riders qualifying for that World Championships finals have been over 50.
Yeah, there's no limitation.
None whatsoever. The only limitation is yourself, and that's normally your head.
Yeah, so get on board and join us. And
Well, at the moment, there's no limitation because the riders are all on the climb. Category 1 are Racefield, who started and came out of that start pen last, are now on to the slopes of the Canberra climb. Category 2 are at the 17.1 kilometre mark. You can see it's a stepped climb, 3 steps on this climb, and there's good amount of tailwind as well, aiding the riders up here. Carrie Stewart from the USA doing a great job on the front here. Hannah Hakkinen is in the mix, Katie Banerjee, Jennifer Gottlander, Emily Sopers. They are all towards the front of the pack, but it's still a good size pack in Category 2.
Yeah, Category 2, when this race, when we last saw this course raced, 3 riders came into the finish together. Then there was a 9-second gap to another 3 riders, and then a gap again to another individual rider. So it was very much small groups in this Category 2 pack, and a lot of the damage was done on the climb. But then, you know, the opportunity wasn't kind of given for the groups to reform on the lower slope. So there are different tactics that play out in this race. And like you said, there's a lot of tailwind on the kind of first half of the climb. The very top is more a crosswind, and then the first part of the descent is also a crosswind.
Yeah.
But because we've got that tailwind for the final bit of descent, into the kind of flatter bit at the bottom of the climb, actually, if there are gaps that have formed and riders push on in the tailwind, it can make it quite challenging for riders behind.
Well, Helia Santos is the rider at the top of the race at the moment. She's leading out on the road, the Category 6 riders. It's a Category 5 pack that are behind her, and you can see them coming around the corner. Linda Kuiper is the rider leading that. Angelina Roja, Anne-Marie Guiney there, Philippa Hill. They are all in the mix. That's a huge group of Category 5 riders still together at the 18.6 kilometre marker. The top of the climb, it comes at 20.7 kilometres. So they have just over 2k of climbing still to go. On the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a little bit further back, the Category 3 pack and the Category 4 pack look to be merging on the, I'm going to call it the mountain side, because it, 5.4 kilometres long. That's a mountain in my book. But Kath Tompkinson is in the mix as well, Isabel Alzat. So there's a real range of riders in that Category 5 pack.
There is, and there is quite a large group together at the front. But actually, if you look at that, line of blue dots on the top right hand,
there's a purple jersey in there.
There is a purple jersey in there, but the Category 5 pack, it's obviously not hung around. It's pushed it enough that riders have been struggling, but it looks almost more as though riders have fallen out of the back of the pack, shall we say, rather than accelerated off the front. But with a couple of kilometres left of this climb, it'll be interesting to see whether any of those riders at the front now take it on and accelerate in these final few K towards the summit.
Well, the Category 5 leaders have caught Musa Al-Mansouri, the rider who went with Helia Santos from the Category 6 race. Musa Al-Mansouri is desperately trying to hang on to the coattails of that group because they are going to bring her back to Helia Santos. But the work to hang on to that group, well, it's got to do damage to her legs when she gets to, or if she gets to Helia Santos.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk, isn't it? It's a calculated risk of how much am I having to go into the red in order to take this draft from this faster chasing pack and bring me back on terms with Helia Santos, the Category 6 race leader. You know, if I get back to her, am I then actually going to be able to stay with her? And it looks actually now as though Al-Mansouri's just fallen off the back of that Category 5 pack. So her legs just gave way before the pack managed to take her fully in touch with Helia Santos. And Helia Santos, of course, will probably be looking at that rider list. She'll be looking at what the gap is to Al-Mansouri. She will have seen it get less and less and less. And she might also have actually pushed on a little bit to try and maintain that gap, almost gambling that Al-Mansouri would fall off the Category 5 group before she made the bridge.
Well, at the moment, Brooke Samuel, Kath Tompkinson, Angelina Roja and Hala Obeid, the 4 riders on your screen, all 4 of those riders in that Category 5 race. And you can see the riders working on the climb. Samuel up and out of the saddle, sitting back down. Kath Tompkinson turning a great cadence there, sat on that bike.
Yeah, and we saw a lower cadence out of the saddle from Roa. Hala Obeid now gets out of the saddle as well, just making sure that she kind of doesn't get gapped by the riders ahead of her, just kind of punching to stay in touch there.
Well, talking about punching to stay in touch, Gabby Guerra is punching to stay on the wheel of Kate McCarthy, because Kate McCarthy, the world champion, is now making her move at the 18.5-kilometre mark. She's got 2K, just over 2K to go to the top of the climb. They've distanced Francesca Tomasi by 4 seconds. Merle Bruni is there, Nicole Mayer, Kristen Kulczynski, Elise Gallegos. Look at that, USA 5, 6, 7 at the moment. Those 3 riders are just superb. And Nicole Mayer really working here and trying to close the gap down to Tomasi. McCarthy and Guerra on your screens at the moment. You can see them both up and out the saddle, dancing on the pedals, and they are really doing the business on the slopes of the outer loop course here in Australia, matching each other. Well, can they match each other to the top? Will Guerra stay with McCarthy? She really is digging deep here and staying on that wheel today.
Yeah, she is. And she's got just under 2 kilometres now to the top of the climb. This is nearly a repeat of what we saw in March, actually. We had Kate McCarthy had a solid gap of 40 seconds ahead of Guerra and Tomasi, who are a group of 2 behind her. And at the moment, it's those 3 riders that are leading the way in the Category 1 race. But of course, now Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra just have that small advantage over Tomasi, who's sitting in 3rd. But Gabby Guerra is really, really working hard in order to keep in touch with Kate McCarthy. And the question will be whether she can still be in touch by the summit of this climb.
It's so hard, isn't it, when the world champion is so dominant? I mean, we see it here in esports with Kate McCarthy. We see it in the men's race with Jason Osborne. We see it out on the road as well. And I know there's been discussions out on the road as how do you beat Tadej Pogačar? And actually there's been some really interesting discussions on some of the podcasts about how you beat Tadej.
Yeah.
And not going on the attack is one of the conversations that people have had. So it is, do you respond? Do you attack? Do you get the team to work? How do you do it? How do you beat someone who is that dominant? Well, Karen de Pavia at the moment, look at the move here from de Pavia. This is one of the riders I have loved watching since she's joined the Sunday Race Cup. The Brazilian rider has just got stronger and stronger and stronger. And the things she has put in her toolbox as to execute in the race since she's joined the Sunday Race Cup, it's like every couple of weeks she puts something else in, and she's been working in training.
Yeah,
you really do. And that she has just got the Sunday Race Club, and it has given her an extra kick of motivation.
It has, and it's really great to see that, actually, to see riders look at their results on the Sunday Race Club and think, you know what, I want to match that, or I want to better it, or now I want to apply myself to this other course. And I love watching the progression of the riders. And it was great getting that shot into her pain cave. And Rebecca Johnson as well.
She loves this course.
I'm not sure whether that was a smile or a grimace at the camera there, Rebecca, but ponytail swinging. She is going. Well,
she's got a plat today. My friend Sarah, Miss Cookie, who races mountain bikes, and I have this rule. If you want extra watts, you wear a plat.
I do that when I time trial. I have 2 plats, and then they wrap up under my time trial helmet.
Plats are for watts.
Power plats.
Yep, they are indeed. Well, Rebecca Johnson holds the Category 4 course record on this course. She loves this climb. And that is 67 minutes. She's in Category 3 today. Now, the Category 3 race was not as fast as you might have expected in the earlier stages of the race. And that would have played into the hands of someone coming up from Category 4 into Category 3.
Yeah, so now Rebecca Johnson can actually use her strength of being very solid on this long climb, and she won't have had to kind of maybe burn too many matches into the base of it. And it's great to see her currently sitting in 4th, right at the front of this Category 3 pack.
Well, interestingly, this is a Category 2 rider, Jennifer Gottlander, and Gottlander has ridden away from the Category 2 pack on this climb. She's got 21 seconds on Katarzyna Wellner, and they are really mixed in with the leaders in the Category 3 race. Johnson, Bulwara, Gottlander and de Pavia on your screen at the moment. Look at the work these riders are doing here on the climb as they come towards the top. They've got around 600 metres to go. Gottlander, well known for her sprint, but this climb, she is absolutely nailing this today.
Yeah, she's really taken this on, actually. And Wellner is kind of her closest competitor at the moment, but Gotlander has a really good gap approaching the top of this climb. And of course, we can also see Kate McCarthy's coming up through the field as well. So Kate McCarthy's just gone past Vellner, and whether Vellner will try and stay with Kate McCarthy just to try and get back on terms a little bit.
This is the front of the race.
This is the very front of the race.
This is the very front of the race.
At 20 kilometres,
yes,
Kate McCarthy is pretty much in first position now. She's only got Gotlander ahead of her, and this is pretty incredible riding, actually, by all our categories.
Well, 20 seconds separating McCarthy and Guerra at the moment. And this is going to be so interesting because McCarthy's going to go solo from the top of the climb to the finish line. It's around 14.5 kilometres from the top of the climb to the finish line. But if Guerra is in the category 2/3 pack as they go on the descent, there's the dynamics give the larger group an advantage over a solo rider, particularly because once we get to the 26.2 kilometre marker, we start hitting some headwind.
Yeah, the only danger, and I think you're right that the headwind will be part of the kind of consideration there. The danger is how much do you kind of recoup a little bit of energy, take a little bit of recovery by sitting in a pack on the descent? And then there's a calculation of, could I potentially be moving faster by myself?
Yes.
But how much extra energy will it cost me to be by myself? So at what point, how long do I spend in the group versus at what point do I try and get out of the group to either increase my gap to the riders behind or potentially decrease my gap to Kate McCarthy, for example, who's at the front?
Oh, Kate McCarthy is going to go underneath the polka dot banner in one. The Category 1 race started last today. Kate McCarthy goes underneath the polka dots at the top of the climb. Leader on the road. She puts on the polka dot skin suit and starts to head onto the flat plateau. Gabby Guerra is going to go over the top of Jennifer Gotlander into second place on the road. The gap between Guerra and McCarthy, we will have a time check on that very, very shortly as Guerra goes under. Gotlander has worked herself so hard on the climb. She's on your screen at the moment. Guerra, well, she is a rider on a mission. 24 seconds confirmed the time gap at the top of that climb between Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra. That's a great climb from Guerra today. But there is now that big question. Well, I don't think there is a big question anymore because I think she is so far clear of the group behind that it is two solo riders in Category 1.
Yeah, I was going to say that there was the question of whether she might join that group and take a bit of an advantage on that descent. But as soon as we saw her move through the Category 2 pack and through Gotlander, I think Gabby Guerra is just going to take it on as a solo ride.
Yeah, just watching Kate McCarthy in the super tuck position on the descent. Really great technique here in terms of dropping your heart rate. And her heart rate now is starting to drop because you work so hard on that climb. Your heart rate is right up at the maximum end of your range, now dropping very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's always an advantage. And actually, at the end of a race warm up, before you actually go from the pens, you will have raised your heart rate in your progression, any sprints that you might do. And then actually, there's a bit of a skill to taking the last bit of your warm up easily, or maybe even just stopping pedaling for a few minutes before just starting to turn the legs over in the final few minutes before the gun. And the idea is that you can get your heart rate as low as you possibly can before you need to raise it again, and just give yourself the most capacity possible for when the action kicks off.
Yeah, and if you've ever sat on the start line of a World Championships out on the road or wherever, para, mountain bike, it does not matter. The number of riders on that start line using breathing techniques to bring their heart rate down even further can be really evident.
Yeah, and it's not that easy.
No,
when you're sat on the start line of a World Championship, trying to get your heart rate under control is not the easiest.
No, but talking about getting under control, look at the riders now coming up and over the top of the climb. Helia Santos has gapped Musa Al-Mansouri, Bridget Bremner, Maria Zabala. She is going to go underneath the banner in Category 6. Category 5 have already gone underneath the polka dots. Anne-Marie Guiney going through 7 seconds ahead of a chase group of 4 riders. Kibasa, Hill, Alzat and Polkowalska there. Kansara Jones not far behind. Category 4, it was Ting Lu who went over the top ahead of Flavia Lopes. Karen de Pavia went through in Category 1 ahead of Bulwara, Daniels and Glammock. Brooke Donahue there as well. Jennifer Gottlander in Category 2 ahead by 16 seconds of Katarzyna Velna, who is 11 seconds clear of a 7-rider group. Category 1, well, we're in with Kate McCarthy. She's 25 seconds clear of Gabby Guerra. Tomasi, Kolchinsky, Fua, Bruni and Meyer. But look at that. Guerra and Tomasi are clear, but the rest are in a group.
They are, and there's not a massive time difference between Tomasi and that group behind. So there is the potential, actually, as you were saying, there is an advantage for groups on this kind of descent. So there's the potential that if that group behind of Merle Brune, Fura, if they work together, they could actually get Tomasi back. So it'll be interesting to see whether Tomasi pushes on or whether she waits for that group behind. My suspicion is she'll try and push on, but we'll wait and see. And in the Category 3 race, Karen de Pavia is there in the polka dot jersey, and there's a bit of a small group. She's actually in there with the Category 2 riders at the moment, so she's taking a bit of an advantage just to increase her gap over the riders behind. And that Category 3 race really is in very small groups or individual riders, and de Pavia is just trying to take a bit of an advantage with the Category 2 group on that descent and just increase her lead in that Category 3 race. And we really are seeing in pretty much all of these race categories today that that climb did a lot of damage, and the riders have really kind of broken up, and we now see leaders from some of the lower categories in with groups in categories above them, and that's just basically meaning that they can take a little bit more of a rest on this descent, find a nice group to sit in, recover their legs just a little bit, and then hopefully have something in the tank for that final kind of 9-kilometer run into the finish.
Yeah, it really is starting to be groups on the road, multicolored groups on the road.
Yeah.
Let's run through those riders at the top of the climb and the riders that are in the polka dots. So Anne-Marie Guiney in Category 5, 5 points. Kilbasa, 4 points. Hill, 3 points. Alzat, 2 points. And Polakowska, 1 point. Obviously, just one climb on the climbing competition today. So they are confirmed not just segment winners, but overall climb winners as well. I tell you, this is a good group of 5 riders. Kansara Jones is not that far behind either, just 15 seconds back as this group rolls down the climb. Category 3, Category 4 and Category 5 riders all in the mix, but it is the leading group in Category 5 and that is our conversation in here today. Julia is one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club.
Yeah, and there are a couple of new riders that we've seen over the last few weeks, more again today. And it's great to see these new faces joining the Sunday Race Club.
Yeah, 21 new riders across the 2 races today, across the men's and women's. It's fabulous to have that number of new riders on board.
Yeah. What I noticed there as well with that Category 5 race is I think Anne-Marie Guiney was in that leading group, and she's still within touching distance in that sprint competition, I think, in the Category 5 race. So if she can actually stay in that small group, I tried to have a look at the names. I didn't see any of the names of the riders currently ahead of her in that sprint competition within that group. So if she can stay in touch with that group for this 10.6 kilometer stretch between the top of the climb and that final sprint, then she's actually in a really good place.
Yeah, Louisa Schultz is currently leading that competition. Anne-Marie Guiney, well, she would match Schultz on points. It's a really interesting one. Tomkinson, Yaskasa, are the riders that she needs to be aware of. But if they're not in that leading group of 5, they won't be picking up any points in that competition. Now, back in with category 1, Kate McCarthy is now 39 seconds clear of Gabby Guerra. Francesca Tomasi over a minute back now. In fact, there's interesting, it's just a small gap of around 10 seconds between Tomasi and the chase group. I think we could see Tomasi, Fua, Al come back together unless Tomasi can keep the motivation and the drive forward, because there are other riders on the road. Stephanie Briggs, Carrie Stewart, 2 of the category 2 riders are the riders she's about to come onto the wheel of. And Tomasi is working her way now into the top 10 on the road overall. Being able to use the other categories, Hayley, has got to add to that motivation of catching.
Yeah, being able to see those little carrots dangling ahead of you just gives you, a bit more of a push to kind of work your way forwards. You say, okay, this rider, I've got this gap, I'm going to catch them. Now, I've got another rider another 5 seconds ahead. And it just gives you those little kind of benchmarks, little goalposts to work towards. Whereas if you've got open road ahead and all you can see on your screen is kind of a time gap behind you to a group coming up from behind, it can be really difficult to kind of keep yourself pushing on. I think the only kind of difficulty for Tomasi here is the group advantage of having several category 1 riders all working together to bring her back. So that's the difficulty that Tomasi faces. So I'm not sure whether it's necessarily going to be a lack of kind of motivation to push on, but maybe a calculation of actually how much damage am I doing to myself.
Well, talking about groups catching, Jennifer Gottlander went over the top of the Canberra climb solo with a 16-second gap over Katarzyna Vellner, who had a 10-second gap over a group of 7 riders behind. It's looking to me like that entire pack, so 9 riders now coming together, leading that category 2 race. So Gottlander has been caught, Vellner, Sanchez, Hakkinen, Murray, Gourea, all in that group now with the polka dot jersey in category 2. Now that is an interesting dynamic, because I think that leads us into a sprint in category 2.
Yeah, I think we are now going to get a small group sprint. And we got a shot of Gottlander in her pain cave on our screens when she came over the top of that climb. And actually, I saw her pick up her phone, I think it was, almost to send maybe a message to her group chat, to the team, for a bit of communication, which almost indicated to me that she was sitting up a bit. She wasn't just pushing on straight over the top of the climb like we saw happen with Kate McCarthy, like Gabby Guerra. So maybe her aim was the polka dot jersey.
And it may be a team aim, because Hannah Hakkinen and Katarzyna Vellner, along with Jennifer Gottlander, are all on the same team.
Yeah, so actually what we might have seen is Gottlander was going for that polka dot jersey, and then she's almost sat up a little bit, let 2 of her teammates kind of come back to her, and maybe they'll be working for one of the other riders in that group to go for the finish.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch and really interesting to see what unfolds in that category 2 race. What's unfolding in the category 1 race at the moment at the 30.5 kilometre marker is that Kate McCarthy has a 35-second gap on Gabby Guerra. One of the things I like about watching Gabby Guerra race is the fact that it doesn't matter what the gap is, what's happening in the race. She does not back off. She does not give in. She is absolutely 120% committed. And McCarthy, for me, is very much the same. There's nobody ahead of her on the road. She's got a 35-second gap, but she is consistently tapping a rhythm to the line.
Yeah, they're both very assertive riders, and I love watching their racing style. They always make the racing interesting. You can't watch a race that have those 2 riders in it and say, oh, well, that was a bit dull to watch, because it never is.
No, it
never is. No. Even courses that
I'd watch them both time trial solo for 20 minutes.
Exactly. I was going to say, even courses where you think, oh, the profile's not that great today, it could just end up as a bunch sprint. They might roll around for 34.9 kilometers and then sprint it out for the last couple of 100 meters. It never is. You can be assured that if Gabby Guerra is in the race, I think was it the Al Wathba course?
Oh, I know which course you're about to talk about.
I think it was the Al Wathba course a couple of months ago, and Gabby Guerra put in some
22
I would say it was over
attacks.
22 attacks just for the fun of it, or to really
Well,
make her mark on the race.
But
it's great. It makes for fantastic watching, and that's why I love. Even I'll race myself on a Sunday. I'll often then sit and watch the men's race, and then later in the day I'll go back and watch some of the women's racing, and it's always great to watch.
Well, this is a Category 2 pack at the moment. And Gottlander, the rider on your screen at the bottom below Guerra, and McCarthy is the rider in the polka dots. And they are heading towards the, in fact, Kate McCarthy's already gone under the sprint section at the 31.3 kilometre marker. She's 3.7k, or at least that section is 3.7k from the finish. The finish line today coming at the 35 kilometre mark. Guerra has also gone underneath that banner. The Category 2 pack will be coming up to it very, very shortly. But McCarthy and Guerra now through the final checkpoint of the day. McCarthy going through that point, 37 seconds clear of Guerra. This is the run for the line in the Category 1 race. The Category 2 race, they are contending the sprint at the moment, and Gottlander, Murray, Sopers, Sanchez, Vellner. Whoa, Emily Sopers hit 12 watts per kilo going into that sprint. That was quite interesting, because Sarah Roach, who's been leading that sprint competition, not contending it, not in that leading group of 7.
No, Emily Sopers, that was a great acceleration from her. We've seen her actually come down from Category 1 recently. And this group at the front of the Category 2 race has a lot of strength in it. And actually, Hannah Hakkinen, who we spoke about being in the same team as Gottlander, she holds the Category 2 record for this course of 1 hour and 56 seconds. So we know that she performs really well on this course. And she'll be looking for that result today. But the Category 2 sprint, that final sprint point, it was Emily Sopers with the 5 points, Sanchez with the 4, Vellner with the 3, Murray coming through for 2 points, and Gottlander in that polka dot jersey from that climb competition, she came through taking the 1 point.
Not having any influence on the overall sprint competition, Sarah Roach with 14 points from the first 3 sprints, tying that up earlier on. Now, this pack, though, it's an interesting pack, isn't it? Because in this Category 2 race, we have Sopers, Sanchez, Vellner, Murray, Gottlander, Hakkinen and Gourea. They are the leading group, and they will be running into the line together. Guerra and McCarthy right at the front here, continuing to tap on, and the gap's still sitting at around 35 seconds. So it is being held at the moment as they're on this short, sharp rise at the 33.3 kilometre mark.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what's happening in that kind of race behind Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra, because at the last check that we had, the gap between Tomasi and the group behind was coming down a little bit, but it'll be nice to get a check on that coming through the final sprint.
9 seconds. 9 seconds. So they just come through.
So she is just holding that gap over that chasing group behind, which is a really great ride from Tomasi to be able to maintain a gap over a group of riders behind her.
Yes, Fuhr, Bruni and Kolczynski are the 3 riders behind. They're 9 seconds back on Francesca Tomasi, but Tomasi is 1 minute 45 back on Guerra and McCarthy. So it is an interesting move here in terms of this race. The Category 2 packs, the Category 3 packs to Pavia, picking up those final points at the final sprint. She's clear of the rest of the group, still behind. Category 4, Vasanen picking up those final points, but Stenman, Lopes, Restrepo and Pamplona all in the mix. Philippa Hill in Category 5 has company at the front of that race as well, with Isabel Alzat and Katie Kansara Jones. So across our categories, it's looking like we're going to see some fast finishes here and some lone leaders as Kate McCarthy comes into the final 600 metres of the race.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt in what's happening in this Category 1 race, and it's what we both predicted. Another solo win for Kate McCarthy as is often becoming her signature. Though we've seen Kate McCarthy win in all sorts of situations, but I think it's often her preference to have some clean air between her and whoever's chasing her.
Yes, she does like a solo victory. And this course, the finish line, it's a long straight, it's a left-hand bend, and then the finish line is there. The world champion is in the polka dots after winning that climbing competition today, and she's heading towards the finish line.
She is, and she's going to be close, but not quite to her course record on this course, which stands at 56.37. So that's just about to tick by. She'll be very close. That's a consistent, that's a really seriously consistent ride on this course by Kate McCarthy. And Gabby Guerra, who still has a really sizable gap ahead of the other Category 1 riders behind. Gabby Guerra is going to come through to take second in this Category 1 race today. After a really, really strong race, she sat with Kate McCarthy on the lower slopes of that climb, just lost touch within the final kind of kilometre and a half, but went straight through the Category 1 leaders, and now she's accelerating. Even though she's got clear air behind, you can see her up and out of the saddle, sprinting for that finish, just getting everything out of herself, even though she doesn't need to, and I love seeing that.
Never miss a training opportunity. Hard race, big sprint, because you never know what the finish will be next time.
And talking of a big sprint, I think that's exactly what we're about to see in this Category 2 race.
Well, this is Category 2 leading group, now joined by the Category 1 riders who are going to be contending third place today. They are coming into the final 650 metres here on the course here on the Outer Loop in Australia on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Gotlander is on your screen. She's in polka dots. She's got Murray, Garea, Sanchez for company. Tomasi has company in the Category 1 race as well now, because Kristen Kolczynski, Catherine Fua, Merle Bruni are with her. So 4 riders here in Category 1 contending third place. Well, 6 riders, I think, contending first place in the Category 2 race. And which race is going to open up early? I think Francesca Tomasi is going to open this up early in the Category 1 race. Fu is going to respond at 13 watts per kilo. The Category 1 race have gone around the corner, but now Gotlander opens up in the Category 2 race. So, Gotlander is going to push here, but Tomasi's going to take the third spot, I think, in Category 1. Gotlander, I think, is going to take spot number 1 in Category 2. What a move. Fabulous timing from Jennifer Gotlander in Category 2. Oh, Francesca Tomasi pipped on the line by Catherine Fua as we watch Karen De Pavia lead this out in Category 3.
Yeah, De Pavia is actually in a really good situation here. She's with some of the Category 2 riders, which is just enabling her to keep that little bit of a gap ahead of the rest of the Category 3 riders behind. And she's also pushing for the line and making... Look at the celebration. I love seeing that. Well done. Pat yourself on the back. Karen De Pavia.
What a move, what a race. Absolutely brilliant racing from Karen De Pavia in Category 3 today. She put in a phenomenal climb and she took it all the way to the line. They were catching, they were getting closer. Barbara Bulwara just 11 seconds back in second place, and Gemma Daniels a further 5 seconds back in third. But Karen Michelle, Masha De Pavia absolutely storming to that finish in Category 3. This is the race in Category 4. We've got Suzanne Stenman, Isabel Restrepo and Femke Vasanen, who's in the green sprinters jersey, mixed with some Category 3 riders, but they've got 500 metres to go in the Category 4 race. They're going to swing onto the long straight. It's all the way down this straight, around the left-hand corner, and then it's the banner today. Stenman, Restrepo and Vasanen. Vasanen starts to open it up from behind. The Category 3 riders are running. The Category 2 riders are in the mix, but this is the win in the Category 4 race, and they are lining up.
Yeah, they are. Femke Vasanen really opened it up early, and she is kicking at the higher power, but at the moment she's still just a couple of seconds in arrears, and it's Restrepo that's currently kicking at over 6 watts per kilo, accelerating for the line, and that's a great finish and great timing from Restrepo there in that Category 4 race.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to do enough, and Isabel Restrepo just pushing on those pedals enough to come clear at the front of that group. Category 5 coming through, and it's Philippa Hill who has gone clear of Alzat and Kansara Jones. Hill comes through for the win in Category 5 today. Alzat and Kansara Jones look like they're going to be clear for second and third. And then Kilbasa, one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club, but getting a top 5 potentially. You've got to get the bike over the line to finish.
Yeah, it's great to see new riders coming in and then finishing in the top 5, top 10 results. And, you know, the progression that we then see from some of those riders, I'm sure we'll soon see her moving up through the categories.
Well, Helia Santos, one of the riders, or the rider, should I say, who went clear in Category 6. Musa Al-Mansouri went with her on the climb and just couldn't stay towards the higher slopes. Al-Mansouri had a second wind when she was caught by the Category 5 leading pack, but she couldn't hang on to their coattails today, and Helia Santos was clear from the chase in Category 6. Santos is at the 33.8 kilometre marker. Al-Mansouri, Bremner, Zabala, Narvaez, Jones and Sudibayo are the riders behind. Well, it has been great racing across all 6 of our categories today. We're going to take a look at the top 20 over the line so far.
Yeah, it's Kate McCarthy just missing out by 1 second on her own course record, who put in that phenomenal ride to take the win overall and in Category 1 from Gabby Guerra, who kept pushing every single second. And then Catherine Fura actually just edged out Francesca Tomasi in that final sprint. Kulczynski was there as well in that group of 3 contesting the third spot. Then there was a little bit of a gap back to Brune, Meyer, Gallegos, Alberg and Elizabeth Van Houweling rounding out the top 10 in Category 1.
Yes, Ashley Mormon-Passio coming through for 11th today. And that really was that group that were rolling on the road. Then a much bigger gap back to Bridget Falensky. Falensky finishing just ahead in terms of time of Jennifer Gottlander. Gottlander winning the Category 2 race. Stefania Sanchez, Katerina Karamani. Karamani, a Category 1 rider. You can see this is the top 20 overall in terms of time. We will give you the individual results of each of the categories very, very shortly. But you can see the mix and where that Category 2 race fits in terms of time of that Category 1 race. And we saw them all come together very, very early in the race today. By the time we'd got to that 20.7 kilometre marker at the top of the Canberra climb, Kate McCarthy, Category 1, they were the last group out of the start pen, but she was the first rider underneath that polka dot banner.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal ride by her today, as we often say about Kate McCarthy. But the fact that the Category 2 winner was, you know, in 13th place really shows the strength of that Category 2 pack as well.
Yeah, well, we are going to take a look at those results of each of the 6 individual race fields because there were some sprints in there today. We talked right at the beginning of the show. You looked at it, Hayley, and you said, "Oh, solo wins today." There were some solo wins, but there were also some sprints because some of those packs came back together. Let's take a look. We're going to start with Category 1. Kate McCarthy, we saw dominant in that race. She then soloed to victory. Guerra in second place. It was a gap of around 27 seconds at the top of the climb. It was a gap of around, it was a little bit bigger by the time we got to the finish line, 41 seconds in total. McCarthy, not quite. She missed her course record by 3 seconds.
Yeah, but that shows the consistency of her riding, doesn't it? It's phenomenal to have been solo for, the last 15 kilometers of that climb and of that race and still, be able to set such a blistering time on that course.
Yeah, we saw Guerra sprint to the finish and, ever the opportunity to get a little bit more training in, get it done. And that is exactly what Guerra did because you never know when you need that sprint at the end of a hard race. Catherine Fura won the sprint against Francesca Tomasi and Kristen Kulczynski. Tomasi led that out, but Catherine Fura just has that extra turn of speed, that extra punch of power when it comes to the sprint. Bruni, Meyer, Gallegos, Alberg and Van Houweling taking the top 10 spots. Category 1, it was an interesting race, wasn't it? Look at that, 4 riders from the USA in the top 10.
Yeah, that's great
strength and depth,
and all of that top 10 under 1 hour as well.
Yeah. Category 2, we saw Jennifer Gotlander contesting that climb and taking on those polka dots. That was an absolutely brilliant race from her. The bunch then came back together, Hayley.
Yeah, it did. And I wasn't sure whether Gotlander was maybe I mean, clearly she knew exactly how she was playing it today. She took some recovery. She took the opportunity to sit in a bit of a group and recover on the slopes. And she obviously knew that her legs were feeling good to still then be able to contest a final sprint. And in the end, it was a group of 4 of them that came in very, very close. Gotlander, Sanchez, Soppers and Gorea all sprinting it out for the finish. And you then got Vanessa Murray, Hannah Hakkinen, who actually holds the course record for this Category 2 race on this course. Vellner, they were all very close together, that top 7. There was then a bit of a gap to Steer, who finished in 8th place. She was about just over 30 seconds back in a group with Stephanie Briggs and Carrie Stewart. So this Category 2 race did split into smaller groups, but it was really quite a dominant performance from Gotlander.
Yeah, it was. And it was interesting because Hakkinen and Vellner, obviously part and parcel of the same team as Gotlander. I think there was, and I think you picked up on it, Hayley, there was a lot of communication out there from the Fem Cycle Club 2A squad in Category 2. And that was executing team tactics for that win today.
Yeah, and that's where we see that even in these qualifiers, where obviously it's technically not a team result, the teams can still work together and communicate. And I think that's great. I think it's a really good opportunity to almost practice some of your teamwork and practice some race tactics before the monthly finals.
Well, if all of those riders stay in Category 2 and none of them go up to Category 1, I think you're going to need to watch the Fem Cycle Club 2A squad when it comes to the end of June, and probably when it comes to the MyWhoosh Championships in July, because of course entries are open until the 30th of June. You too could be on the start line. Well, one of the riders I am hoping is going to be on the start line of the MyWhoosh Championships is a Cat 3 women's winner, Karen de Pavia. That was a great execution of a race from her today.
It was. And what I really loved seeing was her reaction when she came over the line. You could see how much she'd put into that and what it meant to her to be able to execute that race plan and come away with the win. So that was a great race from her. And, also we see Rebecca Johnson in 6th place in this Category 3 field, having just moved up from Category 4. And that shows that she's really found her feet in this category. She was on terms with Barbara Bulawa, who finished in 2nd, Gemma Daniels in 3rd, Brooke Donahue 4th, Glamachak in 5th, and then Rebecca Johnson there in 6th. And then a bit of a gap back to Jennifer Reel, who finished in 7th, Camilla Atahualpa in 8th. You've then got Isabella Kawazuska in 9th and Jojo Bauer rounding out the top 10.
Can you just a little call out for Rebecca Johnson having gone up into Category 3 this week? She held the course record, which she set back in March in Category 4, 67.02. That is a massive PB on this course today.
It is. That's nearly 3 minutes.
That's just phenomenal fitness improvement and racing on the Sunday Race Club.
And you know what? I think she's also going to be one to watch in this Category 3 pack for the rest of the month and coming up to the MyWhoosh Championships.
Yes, Rebecca, do message me and tell me whether you're racing the MyWhoosh Championships, because we want to watch, because you are a rider on form, and so was de Pavia today. Absolute credit for her for that win. Well, Category 4 also, well, it wasn't a solo breakaway in Category 4. It was a 3-up sprint for the line. They were in a mixed group, but it was Restrepo from Stenman and Vassanen.
Yeah, and I wondered actually whether Vassanen, holding the green jersey, whether she would have anything left in her legs in order to contend that finish sprint. And I think it was just a final kind of ask too much. But the timing of Restrepo's sprint was really spot on. And she managed to edge ahead of Stenman to take the win in that race. Stenman coming in 2nd, and then Vassanen the 3rd place in that Category 4 in that Category 4 race, and they had a bit of a gap over the group behind.
They did. There were lots of little groups on the road in Category 4. 3 riders, 1, 2, 3. Then 2 riders sprinting out for 4th and 5th, Lopes and Pamplona. Then another little group on the road of 3, Ting Lu in the polka dots in that group and coming across the line for 6th place. Clamola and Frias, the riders in 7th and 8th. Then again, another small gap back to Harmarson and Yao, the riders rounding out the top 10 in Category 4. Interesting that the green skin suit winner in 3rd not taking that sprint against Restrepo, those legs just not being able to hold on, but Ting Lu finishing comfortably in that top 10 alongside the polka dots.
Yeah, it's always that question of how many matches do you have, how many have you burnt, and what's your remaining matchbox looking like? And I think, unfortunately for Vassanen, she just didn't quite have the legs for that final sprint.
Well, Category 5, the next group up in terms of our results will, I was going to say 1s and 2s on the road, but really when you look at those results, there was a lot of solo rides out there today. Philippa Hill, the rider we saw come over the line, 1 hour, 10 minutes and 53 seconds. So a fabulous race from her. She was 10 seconds clear of Isabel Alzat in 2nd place.
Yeah, and then for me, it was a really, really strong ride from Katie Kansara Jones as well to come through in 3rd. She was only 9 seconds in arrears of Alzat in 2nd, and she had a nice gap over Kilbasa behind her. But that's a really strong ride from Kansara Jones.
Yeah, the 2 Polish riders in 4th and 5th, Julia Kilbasa, one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club. Fabulous to see her in the mix. Katarzyna Polkalska, the rider finishing in 5th place, 20 seconds back on her compatriot. And then we see a good sized gap to Brooke Samuel, Magdalena Bruhl. Kath Tompkinson was right up alongside Bruhl for 7th and 8th.
But actually, talking about PBs on this course and improvements, Brooke Samuel held the category. So it might not be a PB on this course, but Brooke Samuel did hold the course record for Category 6 on this course in 1 hour and 20 minutes. And today she's ridden 1 hour and 12 minutes and 41 seconds in the Category 5 race. So she might have improved her time on the races in between those 2 rides, but it's still a massive increase in kind of time.
But that's a really interesting one, isn't it? Because Brooke Samuel set that Cat 6 course record in June 2025.
Yeah.
She's been riding and racing the Sunday Race Club since then, very, very regularly, alongside the other activities that she does. If you follow her on social media, you'll find out what they are. But she's a strong rider and she does a lot of strength work. But her cycling progression since June last year, you can clearly see. Same course, that is a 1:20:13 this time last year to a 1:12:41 today. If you were her coach, you'd be a very happy coach with that progression, and I hope she's one very happy rider.
You would, and that's actually another great thing about the Sunday Race Club. You get the opportunity to race the same courses with certain time gaps, and yes, okay, the different race dynamics will play a bit of a part, but actually you can really see your own progression based on how much quicker you're able to complete the courses, or how much longer you'll maybe able to stay in the group in a certain race. And it's just a really nice kind of marker of where you are in terms of your own fitness.
Yeah, and congratulations to Kelly Hering, first Sunday Race Club, first top 10. Absolutely brilliant to see. I hope she's going to be back for more. Yeah, it is great to see the new riders coming on board. And we said earlier on today, that we had new riders in the women's race field, 5 new riders in the women's race field today, Kelly Hering being one of those, finishing in 9th today in Cat 5. We have 17 new riders in the men's race coming up. It is amazing to see.
I know when we were looking at the start sheets in the last couple of days, I think I looked at it and then I questioned you to check that my maths was correct. I said, "Is 17? That's a great new number of people joining the Sunday Race Club." And my suspicion is that one of the reasons for that is the upcoming MyWhoosh Championships, which is an absolutely fantastic reason to jump on board. There is still time to jump on board, ready for the MyWhoosh Championships. So yeah, if you're keen to join us, Sunday Race Club is the starting point.
It is indeed, and that MyWhoosh Championship's coming up in July. Well, let's take a look at the results of Category 6. We saw Helia Santos ride away from the rest of the race on the climb. Musa Al-Mansouri was the only rider to go with her, and she is not on those results, so I think her legs blew up, unfortunately, out on that course. Interesting, though, Zabala, Jones, Hoyos, Timmers, Coens, Almeida, all coming through for those results.
Yeah, and actually, just look at that time from Helia Santos as well. 1 hour, 16 minutes. That's basically 4 minutes off that Category 6 course record as well. That's a great ride from her. So, yeah, no, I think that's a phenomenal ride, and it was great to watch her for that entire race.
Yeah, it was indeed. Santos put in a storming performance. Zabala coming through for second. Jones close behind with Hoyos. Timmers Cohen's putting in a great performance as well, not too far back off the mix. Almeida, Limbaga, Lopes, Barco and Giraldo rounding out the top 10. Well, the Outer Loop in Australia has not disappointed at all today, Hayley.
No, it hasn't. And we get to visit it again really, really soon. And I think we're in for another great set of races.
Yes, we do, because the men's race is up next and they too are on the Outer Loop in Australia. If you want to compare, like we did last week, how the men and the women race the same course, albeit a longer parcours for the men, stay tuned. Next week, though, exciting news, because we are heading to a new course in Switzerland.
Yeah, we are. So something different on the cards next week. But before then, join us for the men's race in Australia.
Yes, do join us. Get yourself some refreshment. Find your seat. Make it comfortable, because we will be back shortly for the men's race. Until then, enjoy your coffee, enjoy your tea, enjoy your whatever it is you are choosing to refresh and rehydrate with. Hayley and I, well, I'm heading for a cup of coffee. I'm not quite sure what Hayley is, but we will ask her on the other side of the break. We'll see you again soon. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It is Qualifier race number 2 for June, and alongside me, Emma Martin, is Hayley Simmons today. Hayley, we are looking forward to this one, aren't we?
We are in Australia. We are on qualifier race number 2 for June, and things are really heating up, I think, towards the end of the month.
Can anybody stop Jason Osborne riding away today with 60 minutes to go? That's what I want to know. And I'm wondering whether those riders and racers out there have been having those conversations in their teams.
Yeah, the chats of what do we do? How do we tackle Jason? How do we give ourselves the best chance of being with him or ahead of him at the finish? And the question of whether anyone can do it, well, we haven't seen it in recent weeks, but maybe today.
You never know. He is 3 times world champion. Well, he's not 3 times world champion for nothing. That's all I can say. Last week on the 7 Gems course, Osborne moved away from that Category 1 group in that traditional 60 minutes to go. It's becoming the standard tactic. He finished 38 seconds clear of Ollie Jones and Pavel Skirski. Elsewhere, we saw sprint finishes. A 28 up sprint in Cat 5. That was won by Marius Fossid. And a more select group of 4 riders sprinting in Cat 6, won by Ashley Owen. Both of those winners moving up categories this week, so a new challenge for them. And it's a good course to move up on, I think.
It is. There's a bit of everything actually on today's course. It's a little bit different to what we saw the women's race a bit earlier on today. Same route. In Australia, both on Australia Outer Loop, but the men's route's just a little bit different to the women, and we'll talk about that a bit more in a little while.
One of the other things that is really good this week, and I thought was an interesting stat when I was pulling the start sheets together earlier on in the office this week, 17 new riders in the men's field this week across the 6 race categories.
Yeah, it was something that we double checked, didn't we? Because we were amazed at how many new men there were on the start sheet. But I think it's great to have new names coming in, new people to kind of join in the race action. And they're scattered amongst the categories. We've got 1 in Cat 2, a couple in Cat 3, 2 Cat 4, a Cat 5, and 10 new riders in Cat 6.
Well, they're all there down on the start line, awaiting the start of the Sunday Race Club. Hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It is qualifier race number 2 for June, and the men's race today is going to be a good one. 351 riders down on the start sheets. Hayley Simmons with me, Emma Martin in the studio, and we are heading to Australia.
We are indeed. We're on Australia Outer Loop today. And in front of the men, there are 55 kilometres and 838 metres of elevation gain on today's route. Now, that's distributed a little bit differently from what we saw in the women's race. We've got 3 sprints today, but they're all spread out. And each sprint comes with a climbing challenge in between it. We've got 2 climbs. And that first climb is almost a bit of a double climb affair because there's that little bit of descent. The overall climb being 2.3 kilometres at 3.8%. And that'll be an early test for the riders ahead of that second sprint. And they've then got a bit of a longer run in, a little bit bumpy in between, but a bit of a longer distance until they reach what is the main challenge of today. And that's that 5.3 kilometre climb at 7.6%. From there, they've got a bit of a crosswind, but then a fast tailwind section taking them to the bottom of the climb before they reach that final 12 kilometres or so with 1 sprint that could be the deciding factor for that green jersey competition. Before they reach the finish at 55k.
Yes, and I think the wind direction is going to be really interesting because a little bits of on-off headwind for the first around 15 kilometres, and then towards that last 5k, there's a lot of headwind out there, which is going to influence the finishes today. That Wollongong climb at the 8.9 kilometre marker tops out at 11.2. Looks innocuous on this scale, but it isn't because there's some very steep slopes out there.
Yeah, there are. And I think we'll take a bit of a look at the riders who are going to be battling on the slopes of that climb, hoping that they can be in touch at the top.
Well, 10 new riders in category 6. 10 of the 17 new riders on the entire start sheet today. 351 riders in total in the men's race, 68 of them in category 6. And there's a number of really strong riders in here.
There are. Ashley Owen, who won last week, has obviously moved up a category, but I'm going to be looking actually at riders like Wojciech Skursky in category 6 today. He came third on this course when it was last raced in March, and so I think he's got a good opportunity to be on the podium today.
Yeah, there's a number of other strong riders in here. Xavier Maillard is going well for me. Category 5, 67 riders on the start sheet. It is the biggest race field today. Ben Kirk is here. Ashley Owen, as you said, has gone up. Also new riders. Juan Zulaga, the newest rider on the start sheets in category 5.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at riders like Aaron Schill, Pedro Pereira. I think they could have good races on the course today.
Yes, they could indeed. Brent Gibson, I think, also could go well today. Category 4, 65 riders on the start sheet today. As anybody can tell, they're really consistent numbers across these racing categories. Neil Ungerer had a great race last week.
Yeah, he did. I was just going to say that there were 3 riders that were ahead of the main bunch last week, and Neil Ungerer was one of them, and the other one is Mason Rocker.
Yes.
He's on excellent form, and he'll be one that I'm keeping an eye on.
Yeah, Adam Dawson as well, and Marius Fosseed coming up from category 5. I think this is a great week for Marius Fosseed to come up into category 4 because of the type of course that it is. Rinborg, Rushmer, Lecali and Bulwell from Level Golden could go well. Ebensfart as well. Category 3, 58 riders. It is one of the smallest race fields today outside of category 1, but it might be small, but it's very well formed.
Yes, it is. Small but mighty, I think is what we'd say. And Juan Gallo, I think, could go well today. Mateo Sanchez Corrales. So, yeah, those are 2 Colombian riders that actually I would expect to show themselves well on the slopes of Australia Outer Loop.
Yeah, this is an interesting race field because in March, when we were on this course before, 2 seconds separated the top 11 racers. So it was really, really close. David Watts, Ronan Colleen and Sebastian Rask, 3 new riders to the Sunday Race Club in Category 3. Category 2 as well, 66 riders. And what a mix we have today.
Yeah, we do. In March, when this course was raced as Qualifier 2, we had a group of 9 riders who had a gap of 39 seconds. On that occasion, it was won by Jan Yazbek. And then you had the 2 Kayans, Bert Kayan and Carl Kayan, coming in second and third. So I would expect Bert Kayan as well to be showing again today. Jan Yazbek is again on the start line. So I think we could see another tight battle at the top of the Category 2 pack.
Yeah, I think there's always a tight battle at the top of the Category 2 pack. My question will be, at what point will the Category 1 pack catch them early? We saw in the women's race. It's going to be really interesting today in the men's. Category 1, 27 riders on the start sheets. People in the mix, well, everybody who's here is here. Ollie Jones has been consistently in that top 3. So's Pavel Skierski and Jason Osborne the last few weeks.
Yeah, and again, you can't really look past Jason, can you, on a course like today? And his form is phenomenal. And we'll see what happens in that race later on as Category 6 head out of the start pens and onto that Wollongong course.
Yeah, the lights go green. We're in with Oliveira at the moment. The pack rolling and stretching fast out of the pen. We've got a really big push on the front, and Dylan Kennett is up there, but it's Joel Lipinharski is up there as well. Kennup is there, Gasiek is there, Aaron is there, Gosler is in the mix. Gosler has been riding really strongly in Category 6, took second place to Lyon last week, but just 1 second separated those top 4 riders. Korver and Radamaki, part and parcel of that top 4. Dylan Kennett back on the Sunday Race Club and taking a top 5. For me, last time he joined the Sunday Race Club, he was the fastest progressing rider we'd seen get fit for some time.
Yeah, I think we discussed that actually we didn't expect to necessarily see him in Cat 6 for that long. That's a great shot into the pain caves, including Dylan Kennett there in the top left-hand corner with his headband on, clearly expecting a hard job today, up and out the saddle already. The pace is really on at the start of this Category 6 race on this outer loop course. And I think that's because the first sprint comes early after only 4.8 kilometres, and then it's only another 4 kilometres until they reach that Wollongong climb. So there are some early tests in this race.
Yeah, and great to see Sam Lee here as well on the Sunday Race Club and riding and in the Pain Cave. Gregor's Gassiek in the mix as well. The number of riders starting to come onto the broadcast, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, actually, it's great if people have the opportunity to jump on the broadcast, jump on the call, and show us your pain caves. We really like getting an insight, and it's always nice to see your either smiles or grimaces as you
depending upon what stage of the race we join
points.
you.
Yeah, as you go through the Sunday Race Club. So please do join us if you can.
Yeah, well, Cristiano Kennup, the rider, pushing on the front of that Category 6 pack. There's a bit of a climb out of the pen, not quite the same course as the women, but it is a bit of a push, a bit of a steeper gradient early in the course. Really is starting to stretch that Category 6 pack, but I think they're going to settle down shortly. Category 5 on the right-hand side of your screen, sat down in the start pen with the final seconds ticking away. Kevin Motmans is the rider we are in with. Ben Kirk, Josh Scott, Cy Bradley, Aaron Schill, all in the mix. There's a lot of really strong riders in this race field.
There are, and now they're kicking away. It was ticking away, and now they're kicking away from that start line and onto the course. And yeah, the Category 5 riders maybe are, as I say that, of course, there is a kick at the front. I was going to say it looks more like they were having a slightly more sedate start than the ferocious start in the Category 6 race. But the stretch is already on, and I think we're going to see a lot of attacks and opportunities for riders to try and form those smaller groups in today's race.
Well, yet again, we drop in with a number of riders. Christian Korzanski is going to be looking forward to the climbing today. He's on the bottom right. He's got a great climb on him. Leonhardt is there. Bertrand is there. Kendall, Dotto, they make up the bottom line of the screen. But we are dropping in and out throughout the entirety of this race with the riders today. I'm loving the riders in the MyWhoosh Championship kit from last year. A number of different jerseys on offer, the dark blue and the lighter blue of Daniel Dotto. Now, 563 men have already registered for the MyWhoosh Championships this year. I wonder how many of the riders on the screen make up part of that 563.
Well, of course. I mean, another great thing about the MyWhoosh Championships, obviously we see the prize money for the top 10s, for the stage winners, for the jerseys, things like that. But actually, every rider who completes the stage race will get their goodie bag of incredible kit. And honestly, the jerseys, shorts, the kit bag, it's a really great memento, and it's a
really useful memento.
I carry that. Well, you'll see me. You've seen me the last 2 weeks with my MyWhoosh Championship bag with my bits and pieces of kit in it, and wearing the jerseys out training here. And it's a real kind of nice incentive for every rider, even if they maybe don't think that they can compete themselves for a top 10 individual in their category, then there's still something on offer for going through that 7 stages of fun, pain,
over 8
work.
days.
Yeah.
Well, and the teamwork, the camaraderie, absolutely part and parcel of the MyWhoosh Championships as well. We just were in with the Canadian Rudolph Bertrand in the Category 5 races. They continue to push. They're at 1.2k. Category 4, they've got 10 seconds left. Charles Lecali is the rider we are in with on the nearby list. That list of riders on that right-hand side of your screen. Pino, Svark, Gonsolin or Meno are there as well. Bombacini is there too. The Category 4 race is now away. They head out of the start and on to the course, sweeping through the right-hand bends. Alex Arseno, Carlos Alvarez, Daniel Cadiz, Eric Rimbaud, Golden Boy himself, right at the front of the race.
Yeah, it's where you want to be. You want to be attentive in these early stages, especially because, as you said, there's a little bit of a bump right at the start of the profile that looks innocuous. But actually, if you're just caught napping, you've not quite woken up yet for the Sunday Race Club, then it could be a bit of a danger point.
Just waving back to Mohamed Mukhtari and Leonardo Graciani, just saying hello. Hydration going on board in Mukhtari's pain cave at the moment. Eben Svar up and out the saddle, pushing on those pedals as well. Maxime Fabra is in the mix too. Matt Monroe, Lenador is there too. Look at the fan. You need a big fan racing the Sunday Race Cup. Henry Yeast looking good in pink, Henry. Loving the colour of that jersey.
Nicely shown off there. You're right. That fan is actually almost as big as he is. I think. I don't know whether it's perspective. I've got a whole selection of fans. I travel with. Yeah, it's really sad. I travel with fans, travel with my turbo, travel with fans.
You got somebody cheering in the passenger seat.
Yeah.
Loving it. Well, Category 4, there's a lot of fans out there for a number of the riders in Category 4. Marius Fossey, Adam Dawson, Pedersini in there as well. Edward Caro is in the mix. Caro's a strong rider as well. Adrian Gonzalez is there too. There are new riders. Pascal Ormeno, one of the new riders in Category 4. It's a fast start in Category 4 today. It's a fast start in Category 6 because at the 4.2 kilometre marker, they're heading to the City Beach Sprint. It comes at the 4.8k mark. There's still 600 metres to go, and Jose Silva has gone early.
It's a brave acceleration, actually, because that sprint is at the end of a section of headwind. So you've really got to get your timing right. And it looks at the moment like Jose Silva has quite a nice gap leading into this sprint. And it does look as though he will hold it to that sprint checkpoint. But as I say that, the accelerations are starting behind. So we'll see if he's got his timing just right, or if De Silva behind can maybe overturn him as they get to the line.
Gosler is coming now, and Gosler's kicking at nearly 12 watts per kilo. I think that's to pick up as many points as possible, because you've got to get up and over the climbs on the course today to win the sprint competition overall. Silva's going to go into green on sprint 1, but that was close in the end. Ibrahim and Mike Broadbent as well coming in fast from behind. So Silva in 1, Gosler in 2, Ibrahim in 3, Broadbent in 4, and Sarro in 5. 41 riders still in that leading group after that fast start.
Yeah, and it's now going to be about regrouping a little bit, because that was a long kick for the line by Jose Silva. So he'll be trying to get as much recovery as he can in the next 4.1 kilometers before they reach the slopes of that Wollongong climb.
Yes.
I think it's interesting what you were saying about that Wollongong climb, actually, because when you look at the statistics for it, it's 2.3 kilometers at an average gradient of 3.8%. But that's deceptive, because there's a descent in the middle. It's almost a short bump, a bit of descent, and then a longer section up to the summit of that climb. So the 3.8% is very deceptive, and there are some steeper sections on that climb. So if your legs are feeling it from that first sprint, then actually that Wollongong climb could split the pack a little bit if some of the racers decide to take it on, which undoubtedly in the men's race they will be doing. And we're in with the Category 3 race at the moment. They've got underway. They're just coming up to a kilometre into their race. And there's some of the riders at the front are just stretching their legs a little bit as we get a nice shot again into the various pain caves. We can see Rafael Butcher in the bottom right-hand corner just getting out of the saddle, just stretching his legs a little bit, just making sure he's up there and attentive and paying attention to what's going on with the race. And I do like to see the different riding styles. A lot of the riders choosing to get out of the saddle and use that lower cadence, high torque through the pedals, and just really keep the power on as the Category 3 race approaches the kind of top point of this early bump. I wouldn't say it's a climb. It's certainly not any kind of categorized climb, but bit of a bump in the profile.
Yeah, bumpy profile to start with. Category 5 bumping in the way, elbows out towards that first sprint of the day, that checkpoint of 4.8k. Look at the damage on the right-hand side of the screen. As we go in with Category 2 with the final seconds ticking down, David Nitko is the rider we're in with. Bakken, Termerton, Milostic, Ridley, Schledek, Fournier. If I just read the start list, Mitchell Stewart has been on some fabulous form recently. I could just keep going because any of them could be in the mix at the end.
Yeah, in that Category 5 race, still in theory and technically a big pack still in that Category 5 race, but you could see the damage that the acceleration was doing in the top right-hand side of the screen. There was a real stretch on. You could see those light blue jerseys just really kind of stretched along the road. And I think it was Roman Mazzaros who actually crossed the line in first place to take the maximum 5 points at that City Beach sprint. And there it's been confirmed. Joel Warren came through in second for 4 points, Bruno Silva for 3, Luke Kendall for 2, and Dieter Zimmerman took the 1 point. But it really was a very stretched bunch, technically all still together, but certainly not Grupo Compacto.
Wow.
So there was some real acceleration as they kicked for that line.
Yes, there is indeed. And that Category 5 pack going through the City Beach Sprint, 56 riders. It's just amazing, isn't it? 1 or 2 riders off the back of the group, but a lot of riders in the mix. And the Warrens, Joel and Ola, we know them to be great sprinters, and it's going to be interesting to see how they end up after these climbs and the headwind. Well, Nikolai Damsgaard off the front of the Category 2 pack at the moment. Jeffrey Malheur, Ivan Nuki, David Nitko, Malheur, the Yazbeks are in there as well. Everybody positioning themselves in the top third of the group. You can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen, we're at the 1K marker. We've got one rider just off the back of the pack. This is pushing hard, actually, from the front here.
It is, and I expect nothing less in Category 2. Category 2 is always very assertive. There's always a lot going on, and you can never afford to kind of mentally take a rest when you're in these Category 2 races, because if you take a mental break, then something's going to go up the road.
Well, Van He may be the rider who goes up the road today. Mark Santo in the mix as well. Ken, you see Palaka. Diamida is there. Nuki is in the mix with the palm trees as ever, blowing in the wind outside. Category 1 down in the start ped. Jakob Dane is the rider we are in with at the moment. The lights go green. 27 riders on the start sheets in Category 1. The world champion rainbow bands are there as well. Wozniak, Plantro, Skierski, Osborne, Van Erken, Vujasin. They are all in the mix as the bands lead them out.
Straight to the front.
They
Jason Osborne's gone straight to the front. So, yeah, I think he's just, stretching his legs out the pen, making sure he's right there in the mix. I don't think we'll see him go quite yet. I think, as you're right, it's going to count down to that 1 hour mark, and maybe we'll then see Jason taking a lead on the pack.
Well, the course record, 1 hour, 17 minutes, 59 seconds, set in September last year by Jason Osborne. So we've got 20 minutes of the ride being together. Bjorklund and Betty and Pulaka on the top, Category 2. So's David Nitko. The rest of the riders on your screen, Category 1. Said Safrazadi, he goes well on this course.
Yeah, he was one of my riders to watch in Category 1 today. This is the kind of course that really suits Safrazadi.
Yeah, it does.
Can I just say, very jealous of Lionel Vujasin's jersey there and on the bottom row in the shot of the pain cave. I like that.
Hey, well, we'll be back in with Vujasin later. Dan Turek, part and parcel of Alpha Jaw squad as well, back in on the Sunday Race Club, really mixing the Sunday Race Club with a road program as well, Turek. So he is indeed in the mix. Another rider in the mix I've just seen, Hayden Pucker. There we go. We're going to drop in with Said Safrazadi again. The rider who does perform well here on the Outlook. Of course, I'm just giving Side away back. We both are actually in the commentary studio. You just can't help yourself. Christoph Kroll in the mix and Johan Noren. So a really strong group of riders and races. But take a look at the stretch on the group out of the pen.
Yeah, the Category 1 have really gone out hard, which often happens with this category. But Said Safrazadi, he favours these long climbs. We've seen him go really, really well on this kind of course, things like the Jebel Hafit as well. Those kind of courses always really suit his riding style. So I think he'll be making sure that he stays attentive, keeps in touch all the way until they get to that base of that longer climb, the 5.3 Canberra climb that we see later on in this course. And I think that's then when we'll see some of the real splits starting to happen.
Yeah, Hayden Pucker right on the front of the pack got in touch with the show during the women's race up at 3 a.m. getting ready for the Sunday Race Club. And he's obviously wide awake now and seriously in the mix. So I'm willing Pucker to have great legs today. He's always got, great power. I'm willing him to have a great race.
Yeah, it's really nice actually getting, some of the men kind of tuning in for the women's race, getting in touch. And then a lot of the women will sit and watch the
Yep.
men's races after. And I think the community that we have on the Sunday Race Club, not just within the women's race, within the men's race, but just throughout the whole Sunday Race Club is great. And it's a real thing that I love about the MyWhoosh community.
Well, one of the things I used to say to young riders when we used to do a lot of coaching and racecraft with them was that when they were watching a bike race, think about what they can learn from it as well, because you can learn strategies, tactics, things that you might not do yourself if you were in that race just by watching it. So some pleasure and fun in watching a bike race, but also sometimes a little bit of learning.
Yeah, I actually think, some of the fact that I race myself comes in handy when I'm, commentating, when I get the opportunity to commentate on races. But likewise, actually, some of the commentary that I've done, both on, Road World Championships and also on the Sunday Race Club, actually helps some of my racecraft.
I agree about the Vujasin jersey. It is a great jersey.
I thought you'd like it.
Oh, yeah. Bright and in your face. That's exactly the type of jersey you need when you're riding. Vujasin right on the front of this pack at the moment. Pedersen is there. Turek is there. Kaplinski is there. So is Osborne. But Vujasin just surfing the front of the pack. So drop in with Category 4 at the 8.9 kilometre marker. Category, I think it was Category 5 actually, not Category 4. But Category 5 approaching the Wollongong climb for the first time. Category 1 are not yet at the first sprint checkpoint. Category 2, however, are 300 metres out, and Christoph Thiem, well, he's down the road. 7 seconds down the road is Thiem, because Thiem wants the points in the sprint competition. He's just been rewarded with 5. Mitchell Stewart and Jeffrey Miller, Patrick Mortek and Michel Machedo also want the points in that sprint competition. They have stretched the Category 2 bunch.
Yeah, look at the stretch on that group behind. It's really in a thin line as riders try to get back on terms. The acceleration from Christoph Thiem, he had about 6 or 7 seconds, I think, coming through that sprint checkpoint. So his acceleration into that sprint point really showed his intention within this competition.
Yes, intention, absolutely. And he was indeed clear of the pack by a significant margin, around 6 or 7 seconds. Interestingly, Aidan Sinclair in Category 4 was also clear of the bunch at that point by a few seconds too. So Sinclair, Ungerer, Fosseed, Pino and Yeese in Category 4. Sinclair went up a couple of weeks ago and really took the sprint to the riders. Interestingly, Marius Fosseed doing the same thing this week in Category 4. Hello, I'm here. I've come up, but don't discount me.
Yeah, it's great to see these riders who've just moved up categories really showing themselves at the front of the races, and it sets their intention, and I think it gives them a bit of confidence being able to see that they can compete.
Well, I'll tell you something, after sprint number 1 in Category 2, we've got multiple groups on the road now, and this is not all going to come back together again at the front. This is intention.
Yeah, Patrick Mortek, I noticed straight after that sprint banner, he didn't sit up, he just kept going, kept pushing, came to the front, pushed the pace. And thanks to that kind of input of acceleration from Patrick Mortek, that Category 2 race is still really strung out. There's the riders that were gapped a little bit haven't had the chance to get back on. And I think that this is going to continue all the way into the Wollongong climb.
Yes, I wouldn't discount that at all. I was trying to think of my words there. Wouldn't discount that at all. Ruben Dont doing something similar in Category 1 at the moment. Dont doing what Dont does. Dont is the top prized sprinter in Category, well, not just in Category 1, across the board on the Sunday Race Cup. But Pavel Skierski has decided he wants the points today. This is 13.1 watts per kilo. Jasper Paradiens at 16, going over the top of Pavel Skierski. Skierski decided he wanted that sprint for the sprint competition. But Paradiens, who may or may not get over both climbs in the leading group, decided that he was going to take it from him.
Paradiens timed that really well and literally just pipped him on the line. Ruben Dont, I thought, was about to put on a green jersey again. He holds 40 Sunday Race Club sprint jerseys, but and he looked as though he was going to go for those points, but Skierski overturned him first, and then Jasper Paradians with an incredibly timed sprint just came through for the 5 points. Skierski came through in second for 4. Rick Van Erck took 3 points. Ruben Dont took 2 points, and Lionel Vujasin took that final 1 point at that first sprint banner.
Yeah, the Category 1 pack all rolling together. 21, I say all rolling together, 21 riders in the leading group. One rider off the back, just having a little look. It is Matthias Fromer off the back of the group. Now, interestingly, on the back of the main pack, Ollie Jones and Bjorn Andreasen, 2 riders I would expect to feature later on in this race.
Yeah, so maybe just, sitting on the coattails to make sure that they're there or thereabouts. But in Category 6, we're coming up to the 11.2 kilometre mark. So we're now at the summit of that Wollongong climb, and it's Gregor Zgacek that has gone through that banner first.
Greg Gacek taking the polka dots and no sitting up there, just continuing to push on. He's now on the descent. Vojvoda in the mix, Aguila in the mix, Calderon in the mix. Absolutely great racing from Category 6. The first riders up and over the top of the Wollongong climb. 2 or 3 riders clear of the main bunch, but Gasiek picking up 5 points, Vojvoda picking up 4, Aguila picking up 3, Schwarz picking up 2, and Calderon taking that 1 point as we watch Gasiek just drop into that super tuck position for some recovery on the descent. The pack behind, however, is sweeping up the riders.
Yeah, it is. He's just taking a little bit of recovery, letting his heart rate just settle down because there's only 2.5 kilometers from the top of that climb to the next sprint checkpoint. So he can take a bit of recovery and then push on and maybe still hold that gap into that next sprint, but we'll have to see.
Well, heading towards that banner, because this is a 2-pronged summit. So you hit the first peak, you drop down and descend, and then you rise again to the polka dot banner. Marvin Leonhardt is being joined by Junior Penns. Penns comes off the pace and heads towards the banner. Braidley is there as well, kicking from behind. So is Thiem. But the momentum, absolutely crucial to get to that banner. The big pack is coming through now. Cirillo is sprinting out of the pack because, those minor places in that climb competition in play.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me, actually. We talked about the fact that 3.8% average for this climb is very, very deceptive. And you can just see the confirmation there of the Wollongong climb. Sorry, I'm on the sprints now.
Yeah, I tell you.
Wollongong climb classification for Category 5. So Leonhardt came through for 5, Cirillo for 4, Brown for 3, Cy Braidley picked up 2 points, and Roberto Diaz picked up 1 point. But as they crested the final kind of 100 meters of that climb, you could see the gradient in the top right-hand corner go from 2 point something, 3, 4, and then it went up to 12 or 13%.
Yes. Yeah.
So saying that it's got an average of 3.8% does not do the difficulty of this climb justice.
No, it's because there are a number of descents on the climb segment as well, which really does make it deceptive. But 12, 13, 14% is out there under the wheels. Leonhardt, Cirillo, Braun, Braidley and Diaz, the riders in Category 5. Interestingly, Leonhardt clear by 9 seconds, a group of 10, a 10-second gap, a group of 18. That may well come back together. Category 6 are already down the descent and through into the second sprint of the day, and Gasiek will by rights go underneath in 1. He was clear at the top of the climb and clear on the descent. Vojvoda putting in the sprint at 9 watts per kilo because he wants those extra points. Schwartz, Menenzes, Skierski, all in the mix behind. Category 6 are progressing quickly on this course today.
Yeah, they are. And we saw Vojvoda just kicking to make sure he tried to get as many points as possible because he was obviously in the mix at that first sprint checkpoint that they went through. So it was Gaciek. He held his time advantage from that climb, managed to keep his gap. He took 5 points. Vojvoda for the 4, Schwantz for the 3, Menezes for the 2, and Wojciech Skierski coming through for 1 point.
Well, and interestingly, you can see the group coming back onto Gassiek's wheel. So we've got a group of 11 now leading this Category 6 race. They're 10 seconds clear of a solitary rider behind, which is Londano. He is 12 seconds clear of a group of 6. So it is really interesting to see what's going to happen in this Category 6 race. Category 5 are not too far behind at the 13.4-kilometre mark. Theme, Leonhardt, Braun, and take a guess where they're heading. They're heading to that sprint checkpoint at the 13.7-kilometre mark.
They are, and Theme's done exactly what he did at that first sprint, and he's hit out hard and he's gone early, and he's now opened up a little bit of a gap between Cy Bradley, who's currently chasing him. So Theme went under the banner comfortably ahead, actually, really setting his intention in that sprint competition. He's sat up a little bit and is just letting the group come back in terms. But Theme took the 5 points, Bradley with the 4, Leonhardt with the 3. Rodney Loxley came through for 2 points, and Cirillo just picking up 1 point at that second sprint checkpoint. And of course now there's only one sprint left. The 2 first sprints have come very early, very fast and furious. But there's a long way to go before the final sprint that will decide this sprint jersey for today's race.
Yes, there is still some way to go. The Category 5 pack at the 14.1-kilometre marker. They started second today out of those start pens. Category 6 starting 2.5 minutes in front of them. Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen. They were the last riders out of the pen. They're at the 9.3-kilometre marker. Jan Kaplinski is off the front of that group. Safrazadi, Van Elsfu, Yassin and Paradians giving chase. They are heading they are on the first section of the climb. It is it's almost I'm going to call it a 3-part climb.
Yeah.
Because you've got the start climb, on the descent, on the main climb, and then you've got that double summit at the top. So 2 descents on the climb.
Yeah, which means that there are some really quite steep pitches on the slopes, on the ascents, and it gives punchy riders an opportunity to kind of make a bit of a gap, push their way clear, and it can make it really difficult for riders behind.
Yeah, it can do indeed. Well, SS at the moment on the climbing Category 2. Coming up to the first of the double summits, Trujillo, Reja, Hoyos, Vanhi, Guerra, all coming up behind. However, this is all about timing and momentum, and SS just kicks on this steep section. 15.2, 15.5, 15.6% under the wheels at the moment. No one said this was easy. As SS kicks again, the pack is coming really fast from behind. Hoyos, Karnkeyen is in the mix as well. He's a rider who's got a great kick and turn of speed on him, but I'm not sure anyone is going to catch SS at this point.
No, SS had a nice gap coming through that first of the double summits that you spoke about. So he can carry his momentum down. This little bit of descent, you can see he's still pushing on the top bit of the descent just to really get his speed up as high as possible. Takes a little bit of recovery as it levels off and then accelerates again as the gradient we can see in the top right-hand corner increases, and goes to over 12% before they actually go through that banner. And it was SS that took that banner first, and now there's going to be a little bit of a fight behind to see who can pick up the remaining points in this climb competition at this first checkpoint.
Well, it is a big pack of Category 2 riders coming through at the moment. SS goes into the polka dot skin suit, going through in 18 minutes and 9 seconds. 10 seconds clear of Nikolai Damsgaard, Karnkeyen, Nicholas Trujillo and Matthias Vanhi. Those are the riders who pick up the points, but there are 26 riders in that chase group behind. This course has absolutely decimated within the first 11.5 kilometres, the packs today.
It has, but what's interesting is that they now have 17.5, or they have a short bit before the next sprint, but between sprint 2 and the bottom of the next climb, they've got 17.5 kilometers. So I think what we're going to see in a lot of these races, and what we are seeing, is that the bunch will split into smaller groups within the first 13.7 kilometers until they reach the Wollongong sprint. And then maybe there'll be an opportunity for the groups to come back together. and we can just see the Category 1 race has just hit the top of the first of the 2 double summits, and it's Jason Osborne who has taken it on already 17 minutes into the race, and actually that's roughly at about an hour to go, Emma, because Jason's course record is 1 hour 17 minutes and 59 seconds. So we're at about 60 minutes to go, and off goes Jason Osborne.
Well, is this an off for the polka dot banner, or is this an off for the race? That is a great question to ask. Osborne goes underneath the banner in one, picking up the polka dots. Vujasin on the form, pushing on in the pack here. Pedersen, Paradians, Nair, Skierski, Confession, all in that group behind. The Category 1 pack chasing Osborne, 14 riders strong. And Osborne, I'm just taking a look at the power. He's not come off the power. He's settled a little bit. This is a more sedate pace for Osborne on the descent, but he's still sitting at around 4 watts per kilo.
Yeah, he is. And I'm really happy to see Lionel Vujasin come through there in second place at the top of the Wollongong climb there. It's really great to see him back on form at the moment, and it looks like his shape is coming into the right place at a good time, ready for the MyWhoosh Championships.
Yes, ready for that MyWhoosh Championships. You can get on board. So far, 563 men are registered, 209 women are registered as well. 7 stages across 8 days in July. Registration closes on the 30th of June. You have plenty of time to get your registration in and get a bit of training under your belt for that competition, as we see Bert Cahan go underneath the sprint banner for Category 2.
Yeah, just coming past SS, who's currently in that polka dot jersey. Bert Cahan just picked up the points at that second sprint. SS coming through in second, and now I think we'll see a little bit of regrouping in this long stretch until they hit the next climb. But it was Cahan that took the 5 points, SS with 4, Damsgaard with 3, Simon Walter coming through for 2 points, and Lewis Ridley picking up 1 point.
Yes, and the Category 2 pack, 27 riders strong. So the 14-kilometre marker, 27 riders in the leading group in Category 2. At the 13-kilometre marker, there's only one at the moment, but it may not be for much longer because Pavel Skierski is coming in hot from behind. Skierski is closing down Osborne, Van Elst, Paradians, Vujasin, Safrazadi. The group are only 5 seconds behind. Osborne now picks up the pace because of the charge from Skierski. You have to do that. The momentum that Skierski is carrying as he goes onto the wheel of Osborne and up and over the top. You can see him in that MyWhoosh jersey, bright yellow. I think that's from the Christmas 500 jersey.
Wow. It's nice to see such a selection of MyWhoosh jerseys on the live feed, both from the MyWhoosh Championships, from the different challenges. But it's interesting to see what's happened in this Category 1 race. I mean, Pavel Skierski, the face that we saw on the shot, just showed the effort that it had taken to close the gap to Jason Osborne.
Yeah,
and
it wants those sprint points.
Of course, last week we saw Ollie Jones and Pavel Skierski with Jason for a little bit before Jason kicked clear, and then Ollie Jones and Pavel Skierski kept themselves in a group of 2 and they came through together.
Yeah, they did indeed, and they battled for second and third overall. Pavel Skierski picking up 4 points again in the Wollongong sprint after the 4 points from the City Beach sprint, puts him in 8 points in the green skin suit. Paradians and Osborne both tied on 5 points. Van Erck currently sat on 3 alongside Ollie Jones. So Skierski putting himself in a really strong position for that final sprint checkpoint. But that doesn't come to the 47.4-kilometre marker. And was it Ollie Jones saying, "Come and work with me"?
Yes, it was. I saw a let's work together, boys, kind of signal there. And actually, you can see that there's a bit of a stretch on the group behind. And if the riders at the front do all cooperate and work together, then there's the potential that the elastic will snap, as you tend to say in kind of racing terms, that there's a bit of a stretch, there's elastic, and at some point a rider will start to struggle, and that's where the elastic breaks, and you've got to be ahead of that breaking point.
Yeah, well, 15 riders in that leading group. No wonder Ollie Jones wanted to make it a smaller select group of 5 or 6. Andrade on your screen at the moment, the casquette on his head. Wesley Andrade is currently sat second. wheel to David Menendez in category 6. They're the leaders on the road at the moment, coming up to the 20-kilometre marker here. There's a long transition between the Wollongong Sprint and the Canberra Climb. The Canberra Climb starting at the 31.2-kilometre marker. But Andrada just pushing on and off out front.
Yeah, so there is this long transition, but there's a section of headwind where they are at the moment in this kind of 20, when they get to about 21 kilometres, there's a section of headwind. The profile actually then drops down a little bit and you get into a dip at about 25 kilometres and then you rise up out of that and there's that little kind of flat section between that kind of 26k and when the climb starts at 31. It's a bit
it's the aquarium.
Flat. Yeah, it is. So they come out of the aquarium and as we saw in the women's race, that ascent out of the aquarium can actually do a little bit of damage.
Yes.
It's one of those things that looks innocuous on the profile. But of course, in racing, when everyone looks at a race profile, they look at the checkpoints. They expect attacks to come at specific checkpoints where there are jerseys and points on offer. And so actually, if you want to take a group by surprise and potentially get a bit of an advantage, it's good to look for these other opportunities. And that rise out of the aquarium is one of those in potentially.
Well, the category 6 riders on your screens at the moment. Staniv just taking on board some hydration. Andrada is really continuing to push here. Waverley Andrada is doing all sorts of damage to this group at the moment. The rest of the riders sitting in the mix. Xavier Maillard, you can see the riders working hard here as Andrada continues to push. I can't believe Xavier Maillard actually had the opportunity to give us a wave there. His heart rate sat right through the roof. Andrada taking on board Snacks. Lipinharsky is there. Schwartz is there. Kenner is in the mix. Everybody is being made to work hard out here today. It doesn't matter what category you are in racing. The Sunday Race Club, it's a tough race.
Yeah, it is. It's never easy. Absolutely never easy. And you know, you start to progress to the top of the category you're in and then are rewarded with a promotion to the category above, and then it gets hard again. So,
and this is interesting because Menendez and Andrada are off the front of the category 6 pack. The category 5 leaders are on their way. They know that because they can see that top right-hand corner screen just as we can on the broadcast. And that's why they're putting a big kick in here. It's an interesting move. For me, I'd be sat up waiting in the group behind and conserving the energy.
I would, because the category 6 riders who are in that group behind, as the category 5 pack come through, they can accelerate a little bit and then take the opportunity to take a bit of the drag. So, you know, when we good illustration right now, we're in with Cy Bradley and his number in that top bar is green. He's got 3 chevrons. That means he's
Zone
in the max.
2.
Yeah, he's in the maximum draft that he can be. So what you want as a rider, if you're trying to conserve energy, is to have those 3 chevrons, a green number. And that means you're taking a bit of recovery. And then as the riders move through, what you'll see is that the numbers will then go black. And that means that he's now out of the draft. So we saw Miguel Filho just move through to the front. He's now at the front of this pack and his numbers are black. So he's not getting any shelter. So for me, the category 6 riders in this group, they can take a little bit of recovery almost, use the category 5 group who are clearly moving a bit faster because they've caught this group, use that category 5 group for a bit of extra speed, and the category 5 riders will, as we're seeing, potentially start to tow them back to those 2 riders that are up the road.
Well, the riders on a small climb at the moment before they make the descent into the aquarium. And interestingly, we were talking about Andrada and Menendez going off the front. This could all be about timing because they actually want, if you were thinking really logically, they would want the category 5 pack to catch them on the descent, not on the climb, because you then stand more of a chance of sitting in the pack because you're on the descent and in the draft. And then you're on the flat section before the climb out. And it is an interesting one, whether Andrada and Menendez, that was the strategy.
Yeah, the tactics and the timing and you know exactly where you apply your power and how you kind of use your strengths is really interesting, and different riders have different strategies. So the riders, the screens that they're seeing, they can choose what they look at. You know, they can look at they can select the rider list and they can look at just the riders within their own category, or they can see the entire race category, the entire race field. So, you know, Wesley Andrade, he might just be looking at the other riders within his category and seeing what his advantage is within that race. Or he might actually have the whole race field up. Then he can see how the category 5 riders are progressing, what his gap is to them, and maybe adjust his effort a little bit to try to be caught at what would be the optimal moment for him. But of course, you know, we talk about it, we make it sound easy. Oh, we'll just let the riders catch us at this specific point. But it's not that easy. You know, you can manage your own effort a little bit, but you can't that easily influence what's going on behind. And it's about making sure that you've got enough energy as well, to then be able to put a little bit of a kick on for when you do get caught, to make sure that you don't fall out of the draft straight away. And the category 1 pack are I've actually caught some of the category 2 riders there on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yes.
So we're already seeing the coming together of category 1 and 2, which is what we saw in the women's race.
Yeah, Mikel Plantreau, the rider pushing on here at 19.1k. There is nothing on this course, no more segments until we get to the 36.5 kilometre marker, which is the polka dot banner at the top of the Canberra climb. But not wanting the pack to sit up and settle. He wants to keep this a harder race. So Plantreau now starting to move on. Mikel Plantreau, one of the stronger climbers, actually. In category 1. Bjorn Andreasen, interestingly, he's the rider closing this down. Van Elst as well. Osborne, Skierski, Paradines, Turek. Well, they are at the front of the group, but Andreasen, Plantreau and Van Elst are an interesting group to go clear.
Yeah, I think with Andreasen and Van Elst, it wasn't so much closing down Plantreau, almost jumping across to him and seeing if they can get that small group of 3 that might work together. So, you know, I don't think they necessarily wanted to kind of close him down and bring the whole thing back together. I think they wanted to try and form a small group off the front. But of course, the riders behind,
chain.
Yeah, the riders behind are now wise to it, and that's the interesting thing with some of these races. You've got these different group dynamics, and there's a point at which the breakaway, or a breakaway, has the right size and the right composition of riders to be able to work. But if the composition isn't, if the riders behind aren't happy with that composition, then they'll start to jump across. Then the breakaway will become too big, and then it will all fall apart.
And it will concertina's back together again.
It does. And I think Jason Osborne is never going to be happy with the composition of a breakaway that he isn't in. And
I agree with that.
Well, and so he's just come back and joined them.
And I'm watching the category 2 race on the right-hand side because around 700 metres separating the 2 groups at the moment. Nathan Guerra has joined SS on the front. That's a dangerous duo. Damsgaard, Walter, Van He, the riders towards the front of the chase pack because they don't want to let those 2 riders go clear. They're both very, very strong climbers. And at that 31.2 kilometre marker, they're going to come into the Canberra climb. It's an interesting tactic. They're still nearly 10k out from that climb. I think this will come back together again. Van He on the front, Walter on the front. They're going to push really, really strongly. And also, this now is about the category 1 pack catching them, as well as the category 2 pack moving forward.
Yeah, it brings an extra little thing to kind of consider at what point different categories might catch the others and the effect that it will have. But what was interesting to me then was, I think you're right. We are going to see the reforming of groups. We're going to see the category 2 race kind of come back together a little bit. But I don't think it's going to be that one big bunch that we started with, because actually looking at kind of the map at the top right hand side, the rider list, that category 2 race had already split quite a bit. There were long lines of riders. There were kind of smaller groups, but it certainly wasn't one big bunch anymore.
No, it wasn't, and it is a really, really interesting race that we are continuing to watch unfold. Lanovo Yasin is watching the race unfold from within it. He's inside the leading group at the 21.3 kilometre marker in the category 1 men's race. Van Elst, Dont, Andreasen, Plantreau all around him. It's a fast run of category 1 so far today, but the pack's still rolling together.
Yeah, and they're just about to hit that little bump that you spoke about before they drop down into the aquarium. And then of course, they've got that short, flat section before they climb back out of the aquarium. And riders, if they choose to accelerate, could make a bit of a difference, and we could see groups splitting a bit further. And then, of course, they've got a flatter section before they hit the base of that Canberra climb, which comes at 31.2 kilometres.
Yeah, Ollie Jones up and out the saddle on those pedals at the moment in his pain cave on your screen. Now, one of the interesting, more recent introductions to the Sunday Race Club is the anti-doping and integrity testing that we've seen going out. And we've seen riders have had on their social media feeds, they're putting quite clearly out there that they've been visited by the anti-doping and integrity testers.
Yes.
Which is great to see.
Yeah, it's really good.
But right the way across the board on the Sunday Race Club, but, it is the premier calendar of MyWhoosh racing. So great to see that introduction.
And it just shows you the level, the elite sport that we're dealing with. The Sunday Race Club is elite. These riders are the best in the world at what they do. And yeah, now when you register for your race, you have to inform the testers of what your race location will be, and you're responsible for being there in case they show up to test you.
Yes, and that can happen before or after your race.
Yes.
Well, at the moment, Science Afrosadi on your screens at the moment. Part and parcel of the leading group in Category 1. They are indeed working their way through the Category 2 race field as they drop into the aquarium. This is a cracking Category 1 race today. The push on the front, the continue closing it down. Jason Osborne is trying to close down Bjorn Andresen, because Bjorn Andresen is the rider on this charge into the aquarium at the moment. And one of those points in the race where you do catch a group of riders from an earlier starting category, it's a fabulous point for attack because of the slight confusion that it causes when you catch.
Yeah, there's always a little bit, it's harder to kind of keep track of everyone when multiple groups are coming together. And especially if, approaching a checkpoint as well, it can be quite difficult to keep track of everything. So you've got to be alert. And that's one thing with the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club racing. It's it can often be mentally as taxing as it is physically. You've got to be pretty sharp, pretty switched on. There's a lot to keep track of. You don't have the same cues as you might if you're sitting next to someone in a bunch in an outdoor race. So you've got to mentally be keeping an eye on, okay, what's per kilo at the moment? Is somebody coming up from behind with a lot of speed? Does it look like they're about to attack? Do I need to be accelerating so that I don't get caught out? So it's a real skill being able to hold all of that information and utilize it in the best way to give yourself the best result.
Well, there's still around 700 metres separating the front of the Category 1 race and the front of the Category 2 race. Jason Osborne starting to punch on the pedals. They're on the descent. They're into the aquarium. Category 2 are heading towards the climb out of the aquarium, but Andresen and Osborne on the left-hand side of your screen, both. Well, Jason Osborne is the current world champion, but Bjorn Andresen is a past world champion at cycling esports. On the front of the Category 1 pack now, Vujasin, Dont, Plantro, Confession, Turek in the chasing group. It's about 4 seconds at the moment, and they're on the flatlands. There you go. There you are. Osborne and Andresen is quite a dangerous duo.
It is, the class that we see within this Category 1 men's field, the same as within the Category 1 women's field. There's such talent and strength, and these two riders, if they're allowed to have this, allowed, I say allowed as though
they're not. Ollie Jones has just kicked it 11 watts per kilo.
Yeah, Ollie Jones has realised the danger in allowing these two riders to go up the road, and it's always, again, it's a calculation. There could be some Group 2 dynamics going on behind, and that is to say, Ollie Jones, he knows that if he were to get to the finish with Bjorn Andresen and with Jason Osborne, he stands a really good chance in a sprint finish. However, if he's had to work really, really hard to close the gap, maybe his sprint will have been dulled a little bit. But then if he doesn't do the work and nobody else does the work to close that gap, it's not a question. He's not there to contest the first place. So there's a real calculation of how much work do I want to do? How much work do I bet that other people will contribute, that they'll want to do? And
it is one of those challenges, isn't it? Because what we often see is the group looking at each other going, well, after you.
Yes.
No, after you.
Yeah.
After you.
Because everybody knows that if they do more work now, they'll have worse legs come the finish.
But it's often one way where you don't end up in the lead group. Well, Pavel Skierski is a rider on the bottom right hand of your screen who will want to end up in the lead group. He and Ollie Jones, the rider next to him, have had head-to-head battles into the top 5 over the last couple of weeks, and they both will want to be there or thereabouts. Marcin Wozniak, Lionel Yasin, Dan Turek, Rick Van Erck, all of the riders in the mix this week. A number of Category 2 riders. Jussi Palaka at the top of the screen as well, alongside Betty and Bjorklund. I'm just going to give Jussi a quick wave there. Yeah, we both are. Just because Matt's not in the studio today and he's on BMX World Cup doesn't mean that we're not waving from the commentary box.
No, and again, I'm distracted by Ivan Yuki's palm trees there, but I'm getting some hints and tips here because Marcin Wozniak has a really nicely positioned towel that's just hanging next to him that he can take the opportunity just to wipe off after some hard effort. So I like taking little tips off views into people's pain caves of good setup ideas.
I always remember having a chat with Hayden Pucker and Hayden Pucker saying, you know, as an elite esports rider, you should have everything dialed.
Yes.
So you should be able to reach everything from your bike.
Yep.
You should be able to turn things on, turn things off. And if you drop something, you should always have a spare. And that is part and parcel of planning for your race.
Yeah, I always have extra gels, more than I think I'm going to need for the race. I have them within arm's reach because if I drop one accidentally, I don't want to then be, you know.
Nothing worse than dropping a bottle or dropping fueling.
And not having enough
for the rest of the race. Well, Andreassen's still on the front here, but right now the rest of the pack are closing in on this climb. It's the Aquarium climb, and they're coming up and out of the tunnel. Osborne and Andreassen had been clear by a handful of seconds. Ollie Jones we saw put in a big push, but the rest of the pack now back together again. It's a bit like a boy band, back together again. Well, Paradians, Dane, Van Els, Dont, Jones, Nair, Confession, all in this leading group. Remy Confession has been having a good run of races at the moment on the Sunday Race Club. It's been really good to see.
Yeah, he really has. And I think the riders in that group behind spotted the danger of Andreassen and Osborne potentially being allowed to go up the road. And so there's been a real effort to bring these groups back together. I mean, I still expect that there'll be another breaking apart, another breaking up on the slopes of the Canberra climb. But going to our boy band metaphors there, some breaking up, some getting back together.
Sounds like many boy bands.
For the famous second album and all of that. But
did the Rolling Stones not even do that? Can you call the Rolling Stones a boy band?
Maybe. I'll tell you what, we need to be careful today. I've nearly broken into song a couple of times, and nobody needs that on their Sunday commentary. So if we start talking about boy bands too much more, there's going to be trouble, I think. But
well, there's trouble out on the course today because Jason Osborne can't get away. Plantero is leading this out at the moment in Category 1 at the 27.2 kilometre marker. Van Elst is not letting him go. Osborne now responds. Dont, Safrazadi, Andreassen and Skierski all in the group. On the right-hand side of the screen, however, this is the front of the race. At the 30.5 kilometre marker, the leaders in Category 5 are with the leaders in Category 6. Let's take a little look, shall we, at where they are on the course. So at the 30.6 kilometre marker, you can see they're coming towards the Canberra climb, the second of the two categorised climbs today. And, well, the main feature, really, with 403 metres of ascent of the course.
Yeah, it really kind of shadows the smaller Wollongong climb that the riders have already tackled. So this Canberra climb is 5.3 kilometres long. It's 7.6% average, but actually you've got those little plateaus part way up. So there are certainly some steeper sections on this climb. The riders will have a tailwind in the early parts, and then as they get closer to the top, the crosswinds start to come in. And again, they've got crosswind on the first bit of descent before they get some assistance from the tailwind on the lower parts of the descent of this climb. They've then got a longer run into the finish, and there is one sprint checkpoint left between the bottom of the climb and the finish. So that final sprint comes at 47.4 kilometres. And after that, it's 7.6 kilometres to the finish marker at 55k. But there's quite a lot of headwind in that final stretch.
Yeah, there is indeed. There's quite a lot of headwind, particularly as we get very, very close to that finish line at the 55-kilometre marker. And I think that's going to be instrumental in who takes the win today. If you are in a group coming in, you're going to need to want to leave that kick pretty much till the final moments.
Yeah, we've actually seen last week and also in some of the earlier sprint checkpoints this week, we've seen some really well-timed sprints. And it is an art. You can't just open up your sprint
and hope for the best.
No, you can't. And I was talking to one of the women actually after last week's race, and she was saying that the finish on that 7 Gems course, which was a tailwind, it was a much faster sprint finish than she'd maybe expected. And the speed going into that finale was much, much higher. And she just opened up her sprint at the wrong point and therefore ended up, not quite in the top 10, whereas previously maybe she would have been in the top 10. So there's a real art to looking at the profile, looking at the wind direction and deciding where you're going to launch.
And there's also a real art to practice.
Yes.
Because the wind is out there on 2 of the courses a day. On MyWhoosh, you can head out onto the course, you can find the sprint checkpoints, you can take a look at the wind, you can take a look at the profiles on MyWhoosh info, and you can actually go out on the course and train to the wind.
Yeah, and what we'll see and what I've noticed a lot over the last few weeks is, you'll go on Strava, and a lot of the riders who race the Sunday race clubs will be I say out, but they'll be out in the worlds of MyWhoosh in the days before Sunday Race Club, and they'll be training on the courses that they're going to race on.
Well, you'd recce the route, wouldn't you?
Exactly, and you can see the difference it makes actually. I had a chat with some riders ahead of the finals last month, which was on Montreal, and I'd ridden that course quite a few times. I mean, for me, it wasn't necessarily a course that suited me, but I'd learned a lot about the course, and I was able to share some of that information with other riders, and then they could use some of that information, and it really makes a difference knowing the intricacies, because just looking at a profile does not tell you everything that you need to know.
Oh, completely. Absolutely. It really, really doesn't. Well, Nikolai Damsgaard just going off the front of the pack here in the Category 2 race. SS starting to chase him down. SS is in the polka dots after taking those 5 points in the Wollongong climb earlier on. Damsgaard came through for 4 points on that first climb. He's going to want to challenge for that climb competition now on the Canberra climb, a much, much longer climb. Colin Cahan, Nicholas Trujillo and Matthias Van He were the other riders who picked up points in Category 2 on that climb. They are coming up onto the wheels of this group of Category 3 and 4 riders as well. In Category 3, it was Oviedo who took the climb competition on the Wollongong climb. From Zhu Yu Lin, one of the riders in this group, Christopher Morgan, Benjamin Brignall and David Goodall, who's also in this group, were in the points that time. So these packs rolling and rolling strongly. But Category 2, well, SS, Damsgaard, Gednes, Utkin, Machado, as they come onto the back of the Category 3 pack on the early slopes of the Canberra climb.
Yeah, it's a long climb, but some of these riders will really want to put the pressure on right from the lower slopes, because if the group starts to split early on, then the gaps by the top of the climb will, in theory, be bigger. And that gives them more of a buffer, more of an opportunity to hold that advantage down the descent and in towards the finish of the race.
Yeah, the climb is a really interesting one. It's got 3 steps. The first step, a little bit of headwind, but mostly a side wind. Then they go into the second step, which really does have, which is majoritively tailwind. And then the top slopes, at the very top is a side wind until they get to that banner. It's then sort of opposite on the way down. But it is an interesting climb because you can compartmentalize it into those 3 sections.
You can, and we see different riders, different race categories take different approaches to climbs like this. Sometimes you see riders really forcing the pressure only on the kind of the gradient sections, so to speak, and then maybe taking a bit of recovery on the flatter sections when it eases off, and then going again as soon as it starts to kick up. Whereas other riders will try and just ride a steady, like hard but consistent pace, regardless of whether it's going up or flat. So there are different approaches to riding climbs like this.
Well, interestingly, Jason Osborne now starting to kick away from a Category 1 pack. He's done a significant amount of riding with them today, around 30 kilometres, and now starting to move on the lower slopes of the climb, working his way through the other race fields who are 2 on that climb right now. Category 2 on the left-hand side of the screen, X100, Utkin, Walter, Damsgaard, all at the front of that race. They're chasing SS, however, who's in the polka dot skin suit, 7 seconds up the road. The run from the top here to the finish line is still quite significant. It is, well, it's around 18 kilometres to the finish from the top of the climb. It's a long run. There's not a lot of features on the way. The long descent and then a fairly flat run with a couple of bumps along the way. But those bumps are not race altering particularly.
No, they're not. So there's the opportunity to take a little bit of recovery just over the top of this climb. Maybe utilize the super tuck and just try and get your heart rate down a little bit, because you do need to make sure, especially if you're in the position that maybe we think Jason Osborne's going to be, where you have a gap, you need to make sure that you've got enough in the legs to then time trial yourself to the finish.
It's warm where Mohamed Mokhtari is.
Yeah, it is warm for Mokhtari. You can just see him cooling himself off. And I hope that was the water bottle and not the carb mix.
Yes, the rider from Turkey is absolutely pushing on here. And interestingly, he is continuing to climb and climb strongly here, tapping a really strong rhythm. X100 is just on the way through the field in Category 2, continuing to push as well. But on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see the gradient nearly at 10% and the all 6 categories on the climb at the moment. It's like a multicoloured snake out there on the climb today of Canberra. They are continuing to work towards the top. They're at the 32.8 kilometre marker, while the head of the Category 2 field is. The polka dot banner comes at the 36.5 kilometre mark. Category 2 now working their way into the top 100 riders overall as they continue to work here.
Yeah, this is a good climb for Mr. X100. We see him ride really well on courses like this. Of course, they'll be aware of Jason Osborne coming up from behind as well. And we saw last week on that 7 Gems course that actually Mr. X100, Phil Graves and Mendakowicz,
yes,
the 3 of them managed to kind of join themselves onto Jason Osborne as he came through the Category 2 race and managed to stay with him all the way to the finish of that race, and in so doing took the top 3 spots. It's going to be a bit more difficult today because it looks like
different profile.
It's a very different profile, and it looks like Jason Osborne's going to work his way through that Category 2 race while still on the climb, and that's a much more difficult proposition in terms of staying on his wheel than on a flatter course like the 7 Gems, because you don't get quite the advantage of draft on this climb as you would do on the flatter route of 7 Gems.
Well, the Category 5 race field at the head of the race at the moment. The Category 4 pack not far behind. Both of those races still with a group at the front. X100 chasing down SS's teammate. SS in that polka dot skin suit a little bit further up the road, 9 seconds. Rehar, Zamrozniak, Damsgaard, Vanhe. They're about 40 seconds back now, the chasing group in Category 2. SS, X100, the 2 riders clear at the moment. Jason Osborne is on his way. He's 200 metres off the front of the Category 2 race. He's just gone past the chase group in Category 2. He's going past Category 6 and Category 5 riders at the moment. And it is one of those moments when you're out there on the course and the world champion comes past, you must almost feel like you're standing still.
Yeah, and a couple of riders will just put in that little bit of acceleration to try and just stay with him, even for a few seconds, because it might feel like you're standing still. But if you do manage to hold on to him, even just for a second or two, the kind of the buoy that it gives you is quite something. But it's really great for some of these riders in maybe category 5, category 6 to be on the same roads, even if it's virtually, as the world champion. And I think that's another really nice aspect of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. All of these riders racing together, and the aspiration of some of the riders who are maybe just starting out to improve, to move up through the categories, and maybe one day themselves be in with a shot of being at those finals, fighting for the rainbow bands.
Well, never say never. Self-belief, an important part of the package. Category 5 on the right-hand side of your screen, 34.6. They're coming up to the top of the second part of the climb. Junior Pens, Rod Loxley, Christian Braun, Iga Milik, Cirillo, Bradley, Anderson, all in the mix. Look at the size of that group. That is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 riders in the leading group in category 5 at the moment, and they're tapping a very consistent rhythm. You can see we're in with Junior Pens at the moment. The zone bar on the top of the right-hand corner of your screen tells you he's comfortably sat. I say comfortably sat in zone 4. Zone 4
maybe not that comfortable.
It's not that comfortable, but it is what you would call a more steady state, so a more time trial pace than a top end power in terms of a sprint into zone 6. So actually, in terms of the climb, it's a good pacing. Pacing pace, a good pacing power.
Yes, it is, definitely. They've still got a couple of kilometres left of this climb, so 36.5 kilometres is where they reach the summit. It's quite an interesting tactic, actually, because if you're a rider that is more of maybe a time trial rider, a diesel rider, then it would suit you to hold a consistently hard power up the entire climb, and maybe make it more difficult for punchier riders to put in a dig, because actually if it's a little bit more sedate up the entire climb, then actually you get towards the top and the real punchy riders can accelerate out with a couple of 100 meters to go, or and they can really get a gap which might not suit the more diesel climbers. So actually one very good strategy, if you're more of a diesel, is just to make the other riders feel uncomfortable enough for the entire climb that they don't want to accelerate.
Yes, well, Junior Pens on your screen at the moment. You can see the medals in the background, the MyWhoosh kit from last year. Pens putting in a great performance in Category 5 at the moment, part and parcel of this leading group. Category 2 leader has just gone past. The category 2 leader, 15 seconds clear at the moment. Says, Pens is indicating the effort and the work going in here to stay in the leading group. But what a fabulous job he's doing at the moment. Category 4 now coming through. This is the leading group in category 4, catching the leading group in category 5. This is one of those danger moments in that race because the category 5 riders punching to go with some of the category 4 pack. We've got category 2 riders also coming up onto the wheel. I can see X100 in the mix now, wanting to close down SS, but SS leading that race now, 13 seconds up the road. X100, the category 2 rider, closing it down at the moment. Category 5 and category 4 all pretty much at this point in the race as well. But you can see the gap SS and X100 have over the rest of the category 2 race field. Jason Osborne is the polka dot jersey with the number 1 on the back. He's just gone past X100. The only rider now in front of him is the man in the blue cap with the polka dots, and that is SS. I predict by the time we get to the top of the climb, Osborne will be number 1.
I agree with you, and I was about to say that because we saw something similar a little bit earlier on. And
no spoilers, watch the women's race.
Yeah, watch the women's race. It was full of fireworks. It was some great racing amongst all of the categories, and that's what we're seeing in the men's race as well. And I agree with you. I predict that Jason Osborne will be number 1 on that leaderboard by the time we get to the summit. But Mr. X100 has managed to fight his way back to Osborne's rear wheel, and he will be hoping he can stay attached and maybe be pulled back to SS by the time they reach the summit. And then actually those two riders could work together quite nicely, because they had a gap of, I think, about 50 seconds over the next category 2 rider on the road.
Yes, well, we shall see what happens. But the category 4 pack are the next group of riders on the road, and Andrada is still in the mix there. In fact, Andrada Belikovs, Vargas, Bergin, all together in that Category 4 pack. So Category 4 going past Category 5 on the climb. The only riders ahead of them, 2 Category 2 riders, and Jason Osborne, the world champion, leading Category 1. He'll want to go clear. He won't want to impede on the Category 2 race.
No, we know that. Jason doesn't want to influence the other races as he goes through. But of course, he has to consider his own race as well. He can't just, put in some crazy sprint attack just to try and drop another rider if it's potentially going to harm him later on. So it's a difficult balance. He doesn't want to be influencing other category races, but he also wants to make sure that he sticks to his race plan.
And he's still got about 20 minutes of racing to go. So it isn't an all-in effort right at this very moment. It's a strong time trial effort to get up the climb. As we go in with Luis Andrade at the moment, and you can see him up and out the saddle, really working the Category 4 rider here on this climb at the moment, putting in a brilliant performance today. The Category 1 riders coming through, these are the chasers in the Category 1 race. Safrazadi leading the charge with Van Elst, Dont, Jones and Skierski. We'd said Safrazadi goes well on this course, and he is as well. There is just something, isn't there, about a course that you have done well on before, that psychology that comes into play. Luis Andrade, well, I can tell you, next time he races Outer Loop, he knows he goes well.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot to be said for psychology. And if there's a course that you particularly like, that you've done well on in the past, then it just gives you that little extra something, that motivation. And, it sounds cliche, but happy head, fast legs is something that we
Happy rider is a fast rider.
Exactly. Something that we often say in cycling. And the mental aspect is so important. So having a course that you feel confident on can just give you that little extra boost.
Well, SS goes under in 1, leading the Category 2 race. Jason Osborne will go under in 2, leading the Category 1 race. X100 on his wheel at the moment as they go up and under. The next group of riders coming towards the top of the climb are the Category 1 chase group. Van Elst is putting in a bit of a dig here against Syed Safrazadi. Ollie Jones 9 seconds back with Ruben Dont and Pavel Skierski. But it's looking like Van Elst and Safrazadi. Safrazadi digging. Look at the cups and medals in the background. I love the trophy shelf inside Safrazadi's pain cave. He goes up alongside Stefan Van Elst and goes over the top for the points in the climbing competition. What a move. Nice move. Up they go over the top of the Canberra climb. So Osborne in 1, Safrazadi in 2, Van Elst in 3. In the Category 2 race, well, should I just say Ollie Jones and Ruben Dont have gone over in 4 and 5. In the Category 2 race, it's SS from X100, waiting for the rest of the Category 2 race field to come through.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see actually with this Category 1 race. Stefan Van Elst and Syed Safrazadi have a handful of seconds on Ollie Jones and Ruben Dont, but you don't want to wait and let Jones and Dont catch you back up, because the sprint on them is fierce. And so, they could be challenging if they get back on terms with Van Elst and Safrazadi.
Yeah, Chirek Paradians and Vuyasin also now through and over the top in the Category 2 race. Zamrozniak is the rider in 3. Nice move from Jakub Zamrozniak there. Philip Reha, Mikkel Utkin, Daniel Hoyas also through in that race. Category 3, Fabio Huelhorst has just summited the climb. He's the lone rider, the lone leader in Category 3. In Category 4, Luis Andrade, the rider we have been in and out with, really has come through. Belikovs, Bergin, Dawson, Vargas, Velas, Alalusa in there as well. Category 5, wow, there's a certain Cy Bradley who's gone over the top in 1.
Yeah, Cy Bradley, I think, is currently the only Category 5 rider to have come over the top of that climb at the moment. And what we're seeing in pretty much all of these races, as I say that, he had a 23-second gap over Milik in second, and then Phil Ho, Pens, Loxley also there. So those next 4 riders kind of closely grouped, and then another 10 seconds back to Clinton David Cirillo. So what we've seen is that Canberra climb has really done some damage in all of our
Yes.
categories. And we're seeing individual riders or very small groups summiting together. So what I think will be the interesting thing now is how many of these categories we see some of those smaller groups, those individual riders joining back together.
Well, we are seeing Jason Osborne put in a bit of a sprint here, a bit of a push, because he wants to go clear on the descent of SS and X100. He doesn't want the Category 2 riders on his wheel. He wants to leave them to battle out the win in their category, and he wants to continue to go clear. He's 28 seconds clear of the chase group behind in his category, in Category 1. Safrazadi and Van Elst are those two riders. So it is all to play for. Machado, the rider on your screen at the moment, part and parcel of this group of riders on the road, Category 2. He's got Guerra in here with him as well. Just taking a little bit of a look as to where they are on and in the pack. So they are indeed in the top 20. They are 2.5 minutes down on SS and X100 at the top of that climb. But the packs will start to roll now, and it's going to be a fast descent.
It is going to be a fast descent because for the second half of the descent, it's pretty much a tailwind. But then once they get off that descent, there's a long old stretch of some crosswind and then headwind, particularly at the end. So if you have groups that come into that headwind section together and they're fighting to get back on terms with lone riders, then the wind is really going to favor the groups over the individuals.
Yeah, brilliant shot here of Machado utilising the aero tuck whilst making the most of the time on the bike and in the pain cave. So dropping the heart rate dramatically, cooling off as well, and really trying to get that core temperature down to engage in the last sort of 15 kilometres of this race.
Yeah, his heart rate was dropping
dramatically
into the 120s.
Yeah,
so
brilliant.
What he's doing is giving himself more of a ceiling.
Yeah.
So he's taking that recovery, and that means that in that final stretch of 12 kilometers, or that it is pretty much between the bottom of the descent and the finish, he's got more capacity to then get back on the gas and work hard for the finish.
Yeah, he has indeed got more capacity, and he is going to use it. So currently sat within the top 20 riders in the Category 2 race. In that Category 2 race, X100 now is leading. SS, Zamrozniak, Rehar, Utkin, Hoyas, Ridley, Walter, Khan, Kane, Van He, Damsgaard, Yazbek, Miller, Allenjong, Burt Kane, Kalman, Guerra, Machado, Bennett and Termerton in that top 20. I was just going to drop into Category 3 on the climb. It was Fabio Hulhorst that we saw at the top go over in 16 seconds clear of Hoyas. Quiros 19 seconds back, but Chewecki 20 seconds back, and so was Nick Squilari. So 20 seconds separating the top 5 riders in that category. Hulhorst still in the lead at the moment. He's in a mixed group though, with Category 4, a couple of Category 4 riders, Ortiz and Lecali. The Category 5 pack are also behind.
Yes, also within that Category 3 pack, we then had, after that group of 4 that were kind of second on the road, we then had another group of 2 about 25 seconds further in arrears, and then another group of 3, so more small groups. And actually within that group of 3, we have Mathieu Kalman, who I know is celebrating his 100th Sunday Race Club today.
Well, Category 4, Luis Andrade, the rider we were in with, we saw him take the points at the top. Belakov's the rider we are in with right now, took 4 points. Bergin took 3. Dawson took 2, and Vargas took 1. Andrade and Belakov near enough together at the top of the climb, and then a group of 7. So 9 riders in close contention in the Category 4 race. Bergin, Dawson, Vargas, Velas, Alalusa, Ortiz and Lecali. 20 seconds separating those top 9 riders in that race.
And in Category 5 as well, we saw Cy Bradley, who we're in with now on our screens, in with a couple of other categories there. Cy Bradley had a 23-second gap at the top of that climb over Igor Milic, Miguel Fillo, Junior Alberto Penz and Rodney Loxley. They were the top 5 at the summit of that climb. So Cy Bradley had 23 seconds over a group of those other 4 riders. And then there were another 14 seconds back to another group of 4, and then 12 seconds behind them to another rider. So again, we have some more sizable groups, 4 riders, with not that big a gap in between. So there's the opportunity for those 2 smaller groups to form one slightly larger group of riders and maybe eat into Cy Bradley's advantage.
Well, Category 6, David Menendez is the rider out front at the moment, and significantly, he has a 26-second gap over Gasiek. Those 2 picked up 5 and 4 points respectively. Vergara picked up 3 points, Schwartz picked up 2, and Voivoda picked up 1 point. So in terms of those riders, Category 6 is smattered across the road. There are 1s and 2s everywhere. Menendez has had a 30-second gap at the top of the climb to Gasiek and Vergara. Those 2 riders will be battling it out for 2nd and 3rd. Then it was a further 11 seconds back to Schwartz, and then another, 19 seconds back to Voivoda. So the top 5 in that Category 6 race, well, they are scattered across the road at the moment, and Menendez at the 42.5 kilometre marker, about 3 kilometres behind Jason Osborne, who is at the head of the race.
Yeah, and Jason Osborne is actually fast approaching that final sprint checkpoint on today's course. That third and final sprint comes at 47.4 kilometres. It's the Melbourne sprint, and Jason's now less than 2 kilometres from that final checkpoint, and then it will be a 7.6 kilometre run in until the finish line.
I'm loving the fact that X100 has just decided he's tired, using a little emote there. So sitting up, and Jason Osborne disappears off into the distance, but X100 and SS, the 2 leaders in Category 1. The 2 leaders in Category 2 mixed in with the Category 1 race at the moment, because we've got Jason Osborne out front, then we've got Safrazadi and Van El still together in 2 and 3. Ollie Jones and Ruben Don, and I wonder whether Pavel Skierski is there as well. But those would be the 3 riders doing the chasing a little bit further back. Do you know Pavel Skierski isn't there? Look at that. He's been dropped from that group.
Yeah, so it actually looks like Donton Jones have come back on terms with Safrazadi and Van Al. So they managed to close that gap. So that's now a group of 4 behind. But they've opened up a sizable gap over Pavel Skierski, actually. So Jason Osborne is out front in that Category 1 race, and he's got a good 30-35 seconds advantage. It's fluctuating a bit depending on exactly what the profile's doing, but there's a group of 4 very strong riders working behind him.
There are indeed. So Osborne now setting a rhythm, 5.8 watts per kilo, zone 3. I wish.
Yeah, the things we dream of.
Well, if you are world champion on cycling esports 3 times, if you've never been off the podium in a cycling esports world champion, you too can zone 3 at 5.8 watts per kilo. Osborne is...
You too can make it look this easy.
Oh, well, I don't actually, do you know what? I don't think it is that easy at all, even for Jason Osborne.
I said look this easy. I didn't say it was easy. But
image is everything.
It is. Yeah, that's the other nice thing about cycling esports. Your avatar doesn't quite display the pain that that your camera might be doing.
Well, that is very true. Well, Osborne in polka dots. Underneath that polka dot jersey is a rainbow band, because he is the current men's world champion. He's heading towards the final sprint banner at the 47.4 kilometre point. He is going to, well, depending on the points Pavel Skierski gets behind, going to take the win, I think, in the sprint competition as well. He now is sat on 10 points. Pavel Skierski, I think, is going to be out of the points, so he's not going to be able to contend it. And Jasper Paradians is also going to be out of the points. So by my mental maths, Jason Osborne has taken the green jersey as well as the polka dots.
Yeah, because the 4 riders behind Van Al, Safrazadi, Donton Jones, they'll mop up the remaining points at this final Melbourne sprint. So I think you're right. Jason Osborne will have both the polka dot jersey and the green jersey at the end of today's race, and currently looks set to also have the yellow jersey. So a trio of jerseys it looks like for Jason Osborne.
It is indeed. So Osborne goes through in 1 at that point. Van Elst goes through in 2. Safrazadi goes through in 3. Jones goes through in 4. Dont goes through in 5. All of those 4 riders are 41 seconds behind Jason Osborne. Pavel Skierski is 13 seconds behind them. Dan Turek in 7th, while he is 18 seconds behind Pavel Skierski. So there's some close racing going on out there today. X100 leading the Category 2 race. SS is 26 seconds behind him. Then it is indeed that pack of riders. So SS is ensconced within the chase group at the moment of the Category 1 race.
Yeah, he is an SS at the moment. Obviously, he's got the polka dot jersey on his back. He's also currently wearing the green jersey. We'll have to wait and see exactly who's in that Category 2 pack behind and how the rest of the points are allocated on this final sprint to see what happens with that green jersey.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because X100 and SS have gone through that sprint point, and then the rest of the Category 2 race is coming through thick and fast now. Zamrozniak has gone through for 3 points, Rehar for 2 points, and Utkin for 1 point, which puts the sprint jersey on SS's shoulders. With a total of 8 points today, just picking them up in those last 2 sprints. Christoph Thiem, Bert Kane, X100, all with 5 points, sat in second, joint. So that's the Category 2 race. The Category 3 and 4 race now also coming through that point. Category 3, well, that's interesting. We've got 4 riders out front in the Category 3 race at the moment. And that is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, so we saw Fabio Warhorse with a little bit of a gap earlier, but that Category 3 race has come back together a little bit. And I think it was Sergio Hoyers who came through that Melbourne sprint first to pick up the 5 points. But at the moment, I think it looks like Nick Scolari, having picked up 3 points in that Melbourne sprint, might have the green jersey on his back in that Category 3. But it was quite close in points at the top.
Yeah, well, on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment, at the 48.3 kilometre marker, Radislav Buchareki is the rider pushing on here with Nick Scolari in that Category 3 race. Sergio Hoyers took those points from Buchareki, Scolari, Hulhorst and Morgan. The first 4 of those riders in the group together. Morgan 40 seconds behind, but then there's quite a big sized group again, 5 riders in that group with Morgan, Brignall, Kansara, Kalman and Montoya. So that is going to be a good battle to the line as well. Let's just remember that line comes at the 55 kilometre mark. Category 4 also in the mix. We're in with Dominic Bergin at the moment. Bergin picks up 2 points in that final sprint. Adam Dawson took the win across the line there from Belakovs, Alalusa, Bergin, Ortiz and Andrada, Vargas, Gonzalez, Vélez, Lecali, Perdisoni, all in that group. Yes, 11 riders in that group. Aidan Sinclair, however, holds on with enough points to take the sprint competition overall.
Yeah, so he played it really well. He took 5 points at the City Beach Sprint, 4 points at Wollongong, giving him 9 points, which means that he had a 3-point advantage in that overall sprint competition. And so he holds on to the green jersey.
Category 5, Cy Bradley takes the sprint jersey. He does indeed with the final 5 points at that sprint ahead of Braun, Loxley, Robinson and Cirillo. Well, he's actually 44 seconds clear of a chase group of 7 riders at the moment. So Bradley picking up those points. The riders behind chasing hard, 43 seconds the gap.
And Cy Bradley, I think, another rider with a recent upgrade. It moved
He moved from category 4 to category 5.
Category 4
so he's come down
so
into
maybe you'll be seeing back up in
maybe
category 4.
Maybe he'll be seeing category 4 in a red jersey again soon.
Sorry, Si.
Well, category 6, it is Gassiek who went through ahead of Menezes. Those two riders have come together in category 6. It is really interesting. They were together. Menezes rode clear. Gassiek has closed down the gap and come back to it. So those two riders now 25 seconds clear of Diego Schwartz. So interesting racing going on in all of our categories at the moment. The leader on the road is on the left-hand side of your screen, Jason Osborne. He's in green because he holds the green skin suit, the polka dot skin suit, and he is going for the triple, the yellow skin suit of the win in the Category 1 race. He's coming up to the 52-kilometre marker with 3 kilometres to go. On the right-hand side of your screen, X100 is leading the Category 2 race, but the group is coming in fast behind, and it is the chase group in the Category 1 race that contains the second rider in the Category 2 race. I hope that was clear.
So you can really see some of the tactics, actually, with some of the riders just giving themselves an opportunity to maybe take it a little bit more easy, maybe a little recovering a touch, and then using the kind of faster moving category 1 race, seeing if they can sit in that, and using some of the speed from those riders to get back in touch. And that's what we're seeing here, as we actually see some more category 1 riders just moving their way through on the right hand side of the screen. On the left hand side of the screen, you've got Jason Osborne out and in front, and he's going to need some more wardrobe space with all of these jerseys that he picks up every week, isn't he?
Well, he is indeed. He's going to need some hanging racks to put them somewhere, but Osborne at the moment is now being chased. Daunt, Jones, Van Elst, Safra Zadie have gone clear of the leaders in Category 2, and they are on the hunt. The pack that is the chase group in Category 1, they are 40 seconds behind Jason Osborne. It is that battle now on the road at the moment, but Daunt, Safra Zadie, Jones and Van Elst, that is going to be a sprint for second, third, fourth and fifth today.
Yeah, it is. And actually you can see what's happened in the Category 2 race. That group of 4 Category 1 riders have kind of assisted SS and brought him back on terms with X100. So you've now got those 2 riders together at the front of the Category 2 race, and they've just allowed those 4 Category 1 riders just to move up the road, and there's now kind of 8-second gap between those 4 chasers in the Category 1 race and the leading 2 in the Category 2 race.
There is, and Ollie Jones, we drop into the pain cave, and Jones has always got an amazing cadence on him, and he's just lifted that cadence up to 105. They're on that small bridge at the moment, the small flyover, and there is a really big push here. Daunt, Van Elst, Jones, Safra Zadie going clear of the chasers in Category 2, and by those chasers in Category 2 is the next rider in Category 1 as well. Whether that is Pavel Skirski or Dan Churek, only time will tell. But at the moment, Safra Zadie clearly in this group. Ruben Daunt has been on some fabulous form the last couple of months. It is great to see.
Yeah, he has, picking up more sprint jerseys. He's been getting consistently high results. So it's really good to see his form. And I'm really happy to see the strength of the ride that Saeed Safra Zadie's put in today as well. This is a really good performance from him, and he's been strong all day on that climb, really pushing the pace. You can see him just taking on a little bit of fuel, a bit more hydration as we come into the closing stages of this men's Category 1 race.
And Safra Zadie, I hope, I've got my fingers crossed, is one of the 563 men registered for the MyWhoosh Championships, because I remember watching him on the MyWhoosh Championships in 2023. He was such a strong climber, and he competed in that climbing competition in that stage race, and it was just fabulous to watch. He is obviously a rider who is focused on the Sunday Race Club this week, and it really is paying off at the moment. It's really a big challenge when riders have got a road program and an esports program running concurrently over the summer months in Europe or wherever they are around the world. We saw Ollie Jones earlier on this year out on the road on a Friday, and then on the Sunday Race Club, putting in performances in New Zealand out on the road that were absolutely outstanding as well. And riders trying to balance those elements, but at the moment nobody is doing anything more than balancing the power on the pedals, because Jason Osborne is 500 metres from the finish line today here in the Outer Loop course in Australia. He's going to come around that left-hand corner and sight the UCI banner. Jason Osborne rode away from the pack today, but he waited a little bit longer. Just the final 25 minutes of this race is where Jason Osborne attacked. He swings around the corner. He sees the UCI banner. Jason Osborne, the world champion, will go underneath that banner today for the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club in number 1 spot at the head of the race and the head of Category 1.
Jason Osborne, again, the first rider to finish in this race. And now we're going to wait to see what happens in that group behind in the sprint for second place. And I think it's going to be it's going to be all about timing and what the riders have left in their legs, as we see Ollie Jones on the drops, poised and ready for this sprint.
The cadence has been lifted. Safra Zadie, Jones, Van Elst, and Don Jones goes at 12.5, 14 watts per kilo. The lift was phenomenal. He settles back down, but Safra Zadie and Van Elst are going too. Van Elst is now at 12 watts per kilo. Jones kicks a 15. It's the second kick from Jones, but he's coming from behind. He's going to go up and over the top in the draft as Jones got this to perfection. What can Safra Zadie do? I think this is going to be Ruben Don, but they're going to run out of road. No, they're not. They're continuing to go here. Don, Safra Zadie kicks late, but it's Don from Safra Zadie. Jones, what on earth happened there? That was, even the computer is taking a moment to catch up. It was absolutely fabulous. SS comes over the line for the win in Category 2, or does he? Because X100 is coming from behind. Dan Turek is going over the top as well. Category 1, it was Ollie Jones, who took second place from side Safra Zadie, Ruben Domp, Van Elst. Pavel Skierski, Dan Turek comes through for 7th place today. X100 and SS come through in Category 2. X100 overhauling SS literally on the line. Wow.
It's been all about timing and acceleration at this finish in that Category 1 and Category 2 race. And the kick, Ollie Jones went, and then he backed off a bit, and then he went again and again. And the ability to do that at the end of a 55-kilometer hard race is really something. That was such a close fought battle, and Saeed Safrazadi taking 3rd spot as well was phenomenal.
Well, Fabio Huhorse is here in Category 3. Dominic Bergin, Panu Alalusa is kicking in Category 4. He's kicking against Ortiz. Damsgaard, Category 2 races in here as well. This is a big kick. Hoyas, Buchweski, they are all in the mix as they head towards the line. Sergio Hoyas, Buchweski, Scolari is there as well. This is the Category 3 run. The Category 4 run is in the mix as well. So is the Category 2 race. That is one big push. Wow, we've got a huge pack coming in, a huge pack over the line. I can tell you that Sergio Hoyas took that in Category 3 from Radislav Buchweski, Nick Scolari in 3. Adam Dawson, I think, took the sprint there from Luis Andrade and Emmanuel Ortiz in Category 4. Alongside the fast finishing Zamrozniak in Category 2, he took 3rd spot from Hoyas, Reho Utkin, Khan Kane, Lewis Ridley, Simon Walter, Matthias Van He, and Nikolai Damsgaard.
That was a lot of sprinting all coming into the line together. Cy Bradley, of course, does not need to worry quite so much about that sprint. He's got a comfortable 20-second gap at the moment at the front of this Category 5 race. He picked up the sprinter's jersey, the climber's jersey, and now he's going to be another rider adding a 3rd jersey onto his back today. He comes across the line in 1st place in that Category 5 race.
Yeah, and wearing his Bhutan beanie. Gregors Gasiek and David Menendez have been battling it out all race today in Category 6. The two of them went clear of the rest of the race field. David Menendez then dropped Greg Gasiek earlier in the race. Gasiek has closed the gap back down to Menendez. The two of them are side by side. They've got a 30-second gap over Diego Schwanz, and they are at 2K to go. This is going to be, I think, a little bit of cat and mouse today.
It is, but they can't afford to do too much of that, because looking at the numbers on the right-hand side, I think maybe they've realised the problem, and Gasiech now is accelerating at 8.6 watts per kilo. It was interesting because they dropped to 2 watts per kilo, and meanwhile Schwanz behind was doing 3-4 watts per kilo, and actually that would give the opportunity to just close that gap back up. So they can't, Menezes and Gasiek at the front can't afford to sit and look at each other too much, or they're going to open the door and allow Diego Schwanz to maybe come back in.
Well, interestingly, I hope Gasiek has got his confidence on his back today, because he did send me a little message last week saying that he didn't think he was yet ready to fight for the win on the Sunday Race Club.
I think he's shown he has.
I think he's shown he is right in the mix, fighting for the win. Now, in terms of the results at the moment, Jason Osborne, 1 hour, 20 minutes, 36 seconds, a long way off of his course record of 1 hour, 17 minutes, 59 seconds, but enough for the win today, ahead of Ollie Jones, Said Safrazadi, Ruben Dont and Stefan van Elst.
Yeah, there was a little gap back then to Paul Skirski, Dan Turek, Jasper Paradines, Njal Pedersen and Lionel Vujasin just rounding out the top 10 there in Category 1.
Yes, they were indeed. Jakob Dane and Michael Plantro, who we saw early on that main climb of the day, really pushing on 11th and 12th today. Well, the Category 2 race, X100 from SS. Zamiriok was in there as well. It's been a great race, Hayley. There's been some fabulous performances, and I have to say I'm still waiting for the Cat 6 race to finish. I've got the results up on my screen, and my nails I'm almost biting them with that duo waiting for that final.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting finish in that Category 6 race. But like you said, all of the categories today, it's been very tactical. There have been attacks throughout from early on, and we didn't just see attacks going on that main climb. We saw attacks throughout, and it's been a great day of racing on Australia.
Yeah, it has. The Australian course in the outer loop has not disappointed at all. The only way is forward in Australia.
It is. Do you know why, Emma?
I do, but I'm not sure I should say it out loud on commentary. But if you think about, the kangaroo and the emu have one thing in common, those two animals. Can you guess what it is? Well, I know you know what it is, Hayley, because we were talking about it before we went on air.
Yeah, so neither can move backwards. Kangaroos cannot hop backwards. And it's because Australia is meant to be a forward-moving country.
Well, there we go. You learn something new every day. And if you don't believe us, check it out. It is true. Category 1, the results of the men's race. Jason Osborne taking that win today. 1 hour, 20 minutes and 36 seconds. Ollie Jones winning the sprint against Said Safrazadi, Ruben Dont and Stefan van Elst. Pavel Skirski had a lonely ride out there today.
He did, but he managed to hold on for 6th place ahead of Daniel Turek, who came through in 7th. You then had Jasper Paradines, Njal Pedersen and Lionel Vujasin, all a bit more closely grouped together, coming through for 8th, 9th and 10th.
Yes, they were indeed. It was a great race. Jason Osborne, the group held him for a little bit longer today. It was just that final 25 minutes of racing where Osborne went clear. The Canberra climb didn't come till, the second half of the race, and that's really where he made his move today. But he does, as well as take the number 1 spot, he takes the sprint competition and the climbing competition as well. So a hat trick for Jason Osborne. In category 2, well, it wasn't a hat trick for the winner.
No, it wasn't. Nearly, but not quite a hat trick for SS. He was just overhauled on the line by Mr. X100, who took the overall honours in Category 2 today. SS finished in 2nd, but with that mountain polka dot jersey and also the sprint jersey on his back. But those two riders had a good gap of about 35 seconds over Zamrozniak, who came through in 3rd. And then riders were coming through more in individuals or very small groups. It was Hoyers who took 4th and Rhea in 5th.
Yes, Utkin, Khan Kay and Lewis Ridley, another small group on the road. Simon Walter was there with Matthias Van He. And then we saw bigger groups coming in. There was a group of 10 chasing not far behind. But that sprint competition and the climbing competition going to SS, the overall going to X100 in Category 2. In Category 3, well, it was a 3-up sprint for for the line. Sergio Hoyos took the win and took that sprint against Radoslaw Bucierecki and Nick Squillari. Squillari, though, being rewarded with the sprinter's skin suit. Those three riders about 30 seconds clear of Fabio Hulhorst, who was a lone leader at a number of points in the race and picked up the polka dot skin suit.
Yeah, we then had another group of 5 riders. So Benjamin Brignall leading the way in that group of 5. Matthews Kalman, a top 10 on his 100th
Happy 100
Sunday Race Club performance. Christian Montoya was there as well, and Nicole Kansara, also Christopher Morgan. And then there was a little bit of a gap back, and David Goodall led the way for that next group of riders, and he came through in 10th in Category 3.
Yeah, he did indeed. Category 4, again, it was very, very close at the top in Category 4. 7 riders coming into the finish together in a group, and Adam Dawson going clear of that group on the run into the finish and taking that win today. Luis Andrade, we've been in and out of the pain cave with him throughout that whole race, and we just saw how hard and how much that battle in Category 4 was. He took that polka dot skin suit in the climbing competition ahead of, in second place, ahead of Ortiz and Velez. But Bergen and Alalusa, Panu Alalusa, one of the Finnish riders, has just been getting stronger and stronger as well. He is a great rider to watch. And of course, Belakovs was the final rider in that 7-rider group.
Yeah, so, still a small group coming into the finish, but a little bit bigger than we saw in some of the other categories. But it was nice to see Luis Andrade rewarded for his efforts with that polka dot jersey and finishing second at the end of today's race.
Yeah, the sprint competition in Category 4 was taken by Aidan Sinclair. Sinclair finishing in 14th place overall. Category 5, well, they too had a battle on their hands, but it was a lone rider who went clear at the top. A certain Mr. Cy Bradley picked up the polka dots and the green skin suit along the way as he claimed that yellow skin suit.
Yeah, claimed the yellow skin suit to accompany his yellow beanie. And he had a 13-second gap at the end over Phil Hoke, who came through in second, and then Junior Alberto Pens coming through in third. Those two riders together, and they had a sizable gap actually. And in Category 5, we just saw a lot of individuals. We saw a lot of lone rides today in Category 5 with some sizable gaps that were caused the damage done on that long climb.
I'm just looking there. Alex Narovny finishing in 6th place today. A different course to the 7 Gems last week where he took 2nd place, but some consistent performances coming from him.
Yeah, it really shows some overall strength, and that's going to bode really well heading into the MyWhoosh Championship stage race. You know, you want an all-round rider, and that's how you'll be in the top 10 at the end of that week racing.
Well, the headline is that next week's course is in Switzerland, but it isn't the World Championship course that we saw or have seen in Switzerland. It is a new Swiss course next week, and it'll be new for everybody. How will Narovi do then? Well, Category 6 were the last category, and I can tell you, I am over the moon for him. Greg Gasiak has taken the win from David Menendez. Sorry, David, but Gasiak takes the win. Look how close they were. 1 second separated those two riders. What a race those two had, Hayley. You know, it was one, then the other, then both, then one, then the other, and they came into that line together and finally separated by such a small margin.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal race from those two riders. Neither gave up. They were pulling punches all day. And Gasiak has been can't even speak. I'm so happy for him. He's been rewarded for his efforts with 3 jerseys today. He's got the polka dots, the sprint jersey, and that yellow jersey. So from
Clean
saying
sweep.
that he wasn't sure whether he was ready to compete for the win, take a bow. He's had a really good race today.
Yes, and the riders coming through before. Diego Schwanz had a really solid race out there, riding a lot of that on his own. But for the ZTBR Yanomami squad, really good. Calderon, Ibrahim, Skierski, all in the mix as well. And Mike Broadbent, congratulations, 10th place today. Another fabulous race.
We've had a great day of racing in Australia today on this outer loop course.
We have indeed, in both the men's and the women's race. It has been absolutely brilliant. Well, you need to keep your eyes peeled on MyWhoosh. There is so much coming up from that MyWhoosh Championships in July. The closing date for entries, the 30th of June. You need to be in it to win it. You need to be in it just for the fun of it, I tell you. I think MyWhoosh also hinting at a new season's pass coming out with a new world. I love it when we get a new world and a season's pass and you get to explore it a little bit early. Keep your eyes peeled for that. The Cycling Esports League is up and running as well for season 4. They too are in Switzerland this week, as well as the missions. It is the Swiss mission. Everything Swiss this month, I tell you. As well as that Masters racing on a Friday. There is something for everybody out there. You need to get on board and ride.
Yeah, there really is an opportunity for all riders. So we'd love to see you on the Sunday Race Club, or if not the Sunday Race Club, somewhere else on MyWhoosh.
Well, Hayley, it's been fabulous having you in the studio with me for the last couple of weeks. I shall look forward to seeing you again sometime in the future. Matt out on BMX duty today. He will be back with me next week for qualifier race number 3 when we're in Switzerland. Hayley, I'm assuming you are going to be in that category 2 race.
Yeah, you'll see me on the other side of the camera suffering next week, I think.
We will keep our eyes peeled for you alongside all of the other riders when we go into qualifier race number 3 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club next week. Have a great week. Look after yourself. Enjoy your riding. We will see you soon. Goodbye.